So, good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to the EMA second Veterinary Medicines Info Day of 2021. My name is Jordi Torrent. I am a veterinarian by training. I'm the head of the Department of Evaluation and Innovation here at the European Medicines Agency in Amsterdam. And I'm going to be opening the meeting on behalf of Ivo Klassen. Ivo, although he wanted to open this meeting, he has on his new role as Deputy Executive Director to step in at the last minute on behalf of Ima Cook, the Executive Director of the agency. So, as many of you will know, traditionally the Info Day is held once per year, but because we are in less than 2 months before the implementation of the veterinary regulation, we thought it will be good to have another meeting close to the implementation date. The objective of this meeting is to provide a platform where we inform stakeholders, especially the industry, obviously, about the developments on the different areas that we are doing, but we also give you an opportunity to ask questions and request clarifications in areas on which you might have doubts. The latest Info Day was in March 2021, and it was focusing mostly on the progress made in the implementation of the legislation. This one will also provide you an update on the progress that we are doing, but also a bit more of the state of art of where we are getting ready for January 2022. But whilst we are getting ready for the implementation, we should not forget which are the main objectives of the legislation, which, as most of you will know by now, those are increased availability of veterinary medicines, especially for innovative medicines and also for trying to support the micro, small, and medium enterprises. One of the other objectives of the legislation is to reduce the administrative burden and to provide better incentive to companies. And finally, one of the main objectives of the legislation is obviously to regulate the use of antimicrobials and especially antibiotics use in animals. And you're going to be hearing about all those areas during the presentations of today. The collaboration with industry stakeholders has been paramount during the whole preparation for the implementation. And now, when we are getting, again, very close to the implementation date, is the time where we are going to be testing all the work that we've been putting in during the last years, many years in preparation of this legislation. And it's not a stressful time only for us, because it is a stressful time for us. And I must say that COVID is not helping us right now, as you're aware, but it's also a stressful time for the industry. But I am positive that from January, we will continue working together and we will make sure that the objective of the legislation are delivered. So, on the participation, well, one of the advantages of having virtual meetings is that we have a high number of participants registered. In March, we had about something else than 800 participants registered. Right now, we have achieved a 50% more of attendance. So we are about 1,200 people registered for this meeting, which shows the high interest that there is on the regulation of veterinary medicines. And I can see on my screen that right now we are already 600 participants and the number of participants is growing steadily. I will suggest you to stay until the end of the presentation, where we are going to have a summary of all the different activities that are going to take place during today. The program is structured around 2 sessions. In the session of the morning, the focus will be on regulatory issues. In the session of the afternoon, it will be more on scientific issues, but also with a strong component of regulatory issues. And finally, I hope that the meeting today will stimulate a fruitful discussion and exchange of information. We have adjusted the order of the presentations to allow Ivo to give his presentation. And Now to finalize, I would like to give the floor to Barbara. Barbara Frashem is the head of veterinary surveillance and regulatory support. Barbara is a veterinarian by training, and she's in charge of the regulatory area, as well as pharmacovigilance and the use of antibiotics in animals. Before rejoining the agency in 2019, and Barbara and myself share an office for about 7 years, I think it is, Barbara. Barbara has had different roles at national, European, and international level, mostly in the regulatory veterinary medicinal industry area. So, Barbara, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jordi, and good morning, everyone. Sorry. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the first session of the Veterinary Info Day on, as Jordi said, the more general topics. And we actually have a slight additional change to the order of events in the morning. Eva is perhaps even more popular than Ivo, and she will have to leave the meeting sooner than anticipated. So I suggest we're taking the questions to our first speaker immediately after her presentation. But please allow me to introduce Eva first, although I suspect most of you know her already. So Eva Zamora is the head of the Animal Nutrition and Veterinary Medicines Unit at the European Commission, DG Santé. And Eva graduated in veterinary medicine at the University Complutense of Madrid and holds a PhD in swine vesicular disease. So not anyone only focusing on legislation only, but someone with a deep understanding of veterinary medicines. So she knows what the regulations will do in the end. After 6 years of work at the Animal Health Research Center of the Spanish Ministry for Food, Fisheries and Agriculture, Eva joined the European Commission DG Santé in 1999. When she first worked as an inspector in the field of animal health. And from 2001, she worked in bilateral international regulations and then moved on to the even more international area at the Multilateral International Relations Unit, which is where I first met Eva. When her work focus was on Codex Alimentarius issues. She was appointed head of unit for animal health and welfare in 2016, and since 2020 has jumped headlong into leading the work on Regulation 2019-6 as the head of unit for animal nutrition and veterinary medicine. So Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Good morning to everyone. And I'm very pleased to be here today in this important EMA Info Day when we are so close to the implementation of the new regulation on veterinary medicinal products. So many thanks for your very kind introductory words. And as you know, I joined the very complex world of veterinary medicines only a year and a half ago, which I think it has been very intensive. So I joined at the middle of the implementation timing. And well, I think that at this time we have invested a lot in the implementation of this new regulation. And still we have a long way ahead of us. If we can go please to the first slide. Yes, here we have. So I have used the same layout as the one that I used in the info day of the month of March. But don't worry, I have changed the context. But I thought that it could be useful to all to have a same layout in order to see the progress. So as you know, this new regulation is already in force and it will apply on the 28th of January 2022. So in the last 3 years, I think that everyone has made an incredible effort to ensure that the 12 legal acts for which we have an obligation to have them in place before or by the date of application of the regulation were ready well on time. So when we met in the month of March, only 2 acts were published in the official journal. But today I'm pleased to say that thanks to the joint effort of many of you and the agency, the Commission, the Member States and all the stakeholders, we have already published 12 legal acts in the official journal. So of these 12 legal acts, we are published the 10 legal acts on the VMP regulation. Unfortunately, for 2 of them that you can see highlighted on the screen in red, we could not manage yet to have them adopted. And I'm referring to the implementing act on the list of antimicrobials to be reserved for human use only, and also to the Delegated Act on imports of animals and products of animal origin. And I will give you more information later in my presentation. In addition to the 12 legal acts for which we have a legal obligation, we have also been working, and both are published, in the Delegated Act and the Implementing Act, which are related to horse passport. And it was due to the fact that the animal health law legislation was applicable in April 2021. So if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. You can see what we have ahead of us. So on the screen, you can see 11 legal acts for which the Commission has the obligation to adopt them by 2025 or as necessary, which are the ones where you can see an asterisk in the presentation. So far, we have only started the work for 2 of them. One concerns the rules for VMPs for oral administration via drinking water or top dressing, for which we already had the EMA advice. And the other one is the Implementing Act, which is linked to the list of antimicrobials not to be used outside the terms of the marketing authorization, for which the agency advice is in preparation. So again, in 2022, we will still have a very ambitious program ahead of us because, as you could see, to have 3 years, it's quite ambitious because this is the same time that we had for the preparation of the first package of legal acts. So in addition to the 2 acts where the Commission has already started working, we will need to identify the other priorities to start our work, and for which your input will be very welcome. If we move, please, to the next slide. Here you have the reference to the publication of the delegated regulation regarding the requirements on technical documentation necessary for demonstrating the quality, safety and efficacy of EMP, so the famous Annex 2. And as I already touched upon the new elements, I will just like to inform you of where we are and what could be the next steps from the Commission side. So we are working on the consolidation of Regulation 2019/6, so the VMP regulation, in order to incorporate this delegated regulation and to replace the Annex 2, but also following the comments that we received from Animal Health Europe in relation to preclinical safety studies, the Commission is working on a correcting act in order to address these issues. So we have been working on many of these legal acts, but of course, now is the time to find some mistakes or some omissions. And in this respect, the Commission is already working in order to have in place all the correct tests as soon as possible. So if we move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Let's move to the measures which are related to the fight against antimicrobial resistance. So as you know, in the new regulation, we have an important number of rules to fight against antimicrobial resistance. This is in line with the One Health approach, but also we have, as you know, under the Farm to Fork strategy, a target to reduce the EU overall sales of antimicrobials by 50% in 2030. So you can see the 4 legal acts where we have been working in. So the first, it is related to the criteria to designate antimicrobials reserved for human use. And as you know, this has been a very important and controversial piece of legislation. So as you all know, this legal act is already published in the official journal. And this is a very important act because this is the basis to elaborate the other acts that you can see on the screen. So the first one is the list of antimicrobials reserved for human use, but also the Delegated Act on imports of animals and products of animal origin, for which the deadline for adoption by the Commission, it is January 2022. And as you know, we will not be ready on time. In relation to the implementing act on the list of antimicrobials not to be used outside the terms of the marketing authorization, although we do not have a legal obligation, but due to the importance of this legal act, the Commission has already to start work, and I will tell you a bit more in the coming minutes. Focusing on the Delegated Act on the criteria, as you may be aware, we had some delays to finalize this important piece of the legislation, which were due to the extension of the objection period by the European Parliament, following a motion by the Greens. So the normal objection period, which is of 2 months, was extended for an additional period of 2 months, and this Delegated Act could only be published in the month of October. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for the support that you provided to the Commission during this objection period, which contributed to reject this objection by a majority of the members of the Parliament. And thanks to this, we could continue with important work on the legal framework to combat antimicrobial resistance. So if we move please to the next slide, and continuing with the package related to the prudent use of antimicrobials, I would like to touch upon the other 3 acts which have to be in place in order to have the first part of this important package. So in relation to the list of antimicrobials reserved for human use, so once we could finalize the Delegated Act on the criteria, then the agency is working on the opinion, which will be the basis to establish for the Commission the list of antimicrobials. And we do expect the opinion to be issued by the end of the month of February. So the agency is working as fast as possible in order to finalize this opinion and to have a solid opinion that could be used as the basis for the Commission to elaborate the first draft legal act. So on this basis, we envisage to start the discussions with the member states in the month of March 2022, with a view to finalize this important implementing act as soon as possible. So this is one of the priorities that we have now. As you know, this list of antimicrobials is closely related to the Delegated Act on imports of animals and products of animal origin, for which we are also late in terms of the adoption by the Commission. So this is due to several factors, and not only to the delay in the finalization of the list of antimicrobials reserved for human use. This is also due to the fact that, as you know, The article included in the VMP regulation concerns animals and products of animal origin, and it's included in a regulation which is for veterinary medicinal products. So as the first step, and in order to put in place the right framework to be able to implement and to control this provision, we had to work on a targeted amendment of the official controls regulation. So I'm pleased to inform you that this targeted amendment of the official controls regulation is already published in the official journal of the Council, and this will allow us to apply the same controls framework that we are using in other pieces of the legislation, also to the article in the VMP regulation, which is related to imports of animals and products of animal origin. So while this took some time, I think that from a practical point of view, it's an important step forward, because this will allow importers to only have a certificate to import animals and products of animal origin into the Union, and to apply the full existing framework for official controls instead of developing a new framework for controls under the VMP regulation. So the Commission is working in the drafting of this Delegated Act, and we do expect to start discussions with the Member States at the beginning of next year. Of course, due to the links with the list of antimicrobials, we will need to progress in parallel on these two legal acts. So you can see on the screen that the aim of the Delegated Act is to implement the ban on imports of animals and products of animal origin treated with antimicrobials from the list, but also used for growth promotion and yield increase. The other legal act, the one related to the antimicrobials not to be used outside the marketing authorization terms, we do not have a legal obligation to adopt it now, but however, we find that it is a very important legal act, and this is why we decide also to take it as a priority for the Commission. In this respect, we are waiting for the opinion by the agency by the end of March, and we do envisage to start the discussions with the Member States in the month of April. If we move to the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. To finalize with the measures which are linked to antimicrobial resistance, the ones related to monitoring and risk management. As you know, the delegated regulation establishing the requirements for the collection of data on sales and use of antimicrobials is already published, and the related implementing act on the format for the collection of data and sales and use of antimicrobials, for which we have a deadline for adoption in January 2022 and not in February. I just see a mistake in my presentation. Apologies for that. I'm pleased to inform you that the public consultation is ongoing. The deadline for comments is the 21st of December. So I would like to invite you to provide us with your comments, and we foresee to present it for opinion at the Standing Committee of Veterinary Medicinal Products of January next year. Moving to the next slide, please. Well, this is not under the VMP regulation. I just wanted to inform you of the state of play of the medicated feeds, which is closely related to the fight antimicrobial resistance. So here in the regulation, the Commission has the legal obligations to adopt a delegated act by January 2023 in relation to specific maximum levels of cross-contamination for active substances in non-targeted feed. And also we may say the methods of analysis for active substances in feed. And the EFSA opinion, which was requested by the Commission, has already been published. and it will be presented at the expert group meeting of December, with a view to start discussions next year. And in relation to the opinion requested to the EU reference laboratory on the methods of analysis is in the pipeline, and we do expect to have it in the month of February. So in the next slide, we can find the package of legal acts related to supply. So as you can see, the three relevant acts are already published. You can see on the screen our common logo, which finally, after a very long period to register the trademark, we could complete it. So I think that this is a major step forward. And then in the next slide, yes, in relation to the post-marketing authorization measures, all the legal framework is also in place. So an important one is related to the UPD. And I think that other speakers will talk in depth about it. But everyone is working very hard in order to have everything in place in January. And moving to the next slide, and then to finalize with the measures related to the horse passport. So as you know, the two legal acts are already published, but we are still working on them. In relation to the Delegated Act on the rules of identification, we are already working on a correcting delegated regulation, as we spotted that there were some mistakes in relation to the use of the word veterinary medicines, where we should have covered both veterinary medicinal products and medicinal products for human use. And also to draw your attention to Article 158 of the regulation, where we have an obligation to present a report to the Council and to the Parliament in relation to the assessment of the situation of the animals, equine species, in relation to the exclusion from the food chain. You know that this is a quite controversial issue, and this is something that the Commission has committed to revise. With this, I finalize the presentation in relation to the VMP regulation, but in the next slide, please, I thought that it would be also interesting to highlight other important work that we have been doing, which is not legislative action, but nevertheless is important for the implementation of the VMP regulation. So I refer to the Commission notice on marketing authorizations for veterinary medicinal products for which the expiry of the 5-year period of validity falls after the date of entry into application of the regulation. So in this respect, as you know, we issue a notice in relation to centrally authorized veterinary medicinal products, but also we address certain questions that may arise in relation to nationally authorized products. We have also included a questions and answers section. So I'm trust that you are all aware of the content of this note. Then in the next slide, please, you can see that in relation to the review of the rules for environmental risk assessment, we have already published the feasibility study under Article 156. You have the link on this slide and the conclusion that it was reached in this study. And the Commission, by January 2022, is to present a draft report to the Parliament and to the Council to be accompanied, if appropriate, by a legislative proposal. So, as you may understand, the priority of the Commission now is focused on the legal acts for which we have an obligation to adopt them by January. So we will not be on time for the production of this report, but we will prepare it as soon as possible after completing the legal package. And then in the next slide, please, to briefly touch upon the ongoing revision of the Emfis. As you know, there is an ongoing study to which you have already sent your comments to the targeted consultations. So many thanks to all of you for this very valuable input. And now the contractor, which is in charge of preparing this study, is working, double-checking the calculation and analyzing the feedback that we have received. So it is foreseen that this study is finalized by the end of this year, and the Commission intends to prepare the proposal in the second quarter of next year. So you can find on the next slide where you can follow the progress, and also the link in case that you provide us with your feedback. And with this, I finalize my presentation with many thanks for your attention, and I would be pleased to reply to your questions. So thank you very much.
Dear Eva, thank you very much for this update. And these brief slides can't really show how much work went into all of the individual strands that were taken forward. So really many thanks for that. As I mentioned before, because Eva has been called into other meetings, I would invite you to raise your hand if you have any additional questions to Eva. I suggest we take about 10 minutes or so to respond to questions you have on Eva's presentation directly. Katarina or Sylvia, I have not seen any relevant questions in the chat, but can you confirm that that is the case? Irene?
That is the case, and there are also no raised hands.
Right. There was a question that just came in the chat, whether you could elaborate a bit on the Correcting Act for the preclinical safety studies, Eva.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. So this was following a request by Animal Health Europe. They draw our attention to a mistake in their view in the Annex 2. So what we are doing now is to check with the legal service what could be the right procedure to amend the delegated regulation, and we are working in this direction. We cannot go ahead with a corrigendum, which could be this, if you want, the quick procedure to be followed, and we will need to follow the full process, which will entail discussions with the member states. But this is something that we can do in writing, and then it will need to have to the Council and to the Parliament. So, as I said, we have a very detailed new legal framework. Of course, there may be mistakes, there may be omissions, but the Commission is willing to correct and to consider anyone that you detect. So feel free to send it to us in case that you find that there is something which is wrong. And then we will start as soon as we can in order to have the right framework in place. Of course, something I didn't say during my presentation, but this is just the starting point, and nothing is written in stone, and this legislation is not forever. So as it is the case in other areas, we will be working and perhaps revising with experience following the implementation.
Very good, Eva. Thank you very much for that. I also see that Kat Sterling has raised her hand. So, Katarina, can you give her the floor, please?
Thank you. It was linked to the same topic, and it was more to do with the timing, and it's maybe more a question that the Cbnp may need to address other than Eva, because it's clear that and it comes up in the industry presentation to do with the GLP status of the preclinical studies, particularly for biologicals. So I understand from Eva's feedback that it will take some time to correct the Annex 2. So maybe it's a question for David in the context of what will the Cbnp position be in the interim period until that's corrected, as to how we manage that, because it's important for industry to understand what the expectation will be on the quality standards for those studies while that text is currently in the annex.
Thanks, Kat. And I suggest we give David the chance to address that either now or later during your presentation. I see David is already there to respond. So go ahead, David.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond. I might as well take it at this time. That issue was also brought to the attention of the Cbnp, and the Cbnp in a sort of an immediate response to a query from Animal Health Europe indicated that there was no intention from the Cbnp when in the scientific recommendation for Annex 2 to sort of increase requirements. And what the Cbnp is looking to do now is to develop a more sort of considered response around that, and essentially to publish that in the at some point over the next couple of months. So there will be a need for sort of more detailed consideration, and that will involve relevant working parties, and then we'll come back to the Cbnp. But hopefully in Q1 of next year, there will be some clarification around how the Cbnp would be choosing to interpret the Annex 2 as it's currently written. So I hope that clarifies. As I say, you know, it is a point that does require some consideration, and a Cbnp view on that will be published in the coming months. So I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, David. Eva?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, David. So the Commission is working also in close cooperation with the Cbnp. So we are trying to speed up from the procedural point of view as much as we can. Of course, as I said, this is not a corrigendum, but a correcting act, and we will need to consult the member states. So we are trying to consult the member states as soon as possible. And once we have a clear line, we will do our best to have a pragmatic approach to avoid that this is affecting you.
Very good. Many thanks for that. I don't see any other hands raised, and I also don't see any additional questions in the chat. Eva, in that case, I would like to thank you very, very much for that detailed presentation. We need to continue like that for the next few months, and I wish you every success for your next meeting today. But many thanks for being here with us.
Thanks to you, Barbara, to all participants. Unfortunately, I cannot stay, but I wish you a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Right. Jordi already mentioned there is another slight change in the order of the speakers for today. And the next person in line to talk to you now is David Murphy, who will give you an update on the Cbnp activities relating to Regulation 2019-6. Most of you will know him, but a brief introduction nevertheless. David graduated as a vet from University College Dublin in 1990, and until 1997 worked and studied at the University of Glasgow's School of Veterinary Medicine. After a period in private practice in Ireland, he joined the Irish Health Products Regulatory Authority in 1999 as a safety and efficacy assessor. Between 2009 and 2016, David was the Irish representative at the Cbnp, and he currently, since June 2016, chairs this committee. And I would hand the floor straight to you, David. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for that very kind introduction. First of all, this has come as a bit of a surprise to me because I was late joining the meeting, so I didn't anticipate a schedule change. I had some difficulty joining, and I do firstly want to apologise to the Secretariat of the agency for increasing stress levels this morning, but to thank them sincerely for sorting me out. So Sylvia and Katarina, thank you very much for your assistance this morning. So I would just like to say good morning to everybody. I hope that you're all keeping well. For my presentation today, I'm going to give you an update on Cbnp activities relating to the new regulation. For those of you who attended my presentation at the March Info Day, which was also an update on Cbnp activities relating to the new regulation, you will note some similarities between that presentation and this one. I have followed the same format and reused some slides to repeat points or for emphasis. So just to note that you will not think you've gone back in time. Okay, by way of introduction, I would just like to quickly remind you of the role of the Cbnp. According to Regulation 76 of 2004, the committee was established for the purpose of assisting the agency with its responsibility to provide member states and the institutions of the community with the best possible scientific advice on any question relating to veterinary medicines. Next slide, please. The specific tasks of the Cbnp include evaluating applications for marketing authorization of new veterinary medicines, supervising the quality, safety and efficacy of veterinary medicines following their introduction to the market, evaluating veterinary medicines authorised at a national level that are referred to the agency for a harmonised position across the EU, and recommending safe limits for residues of veterinary medicines used in food-producing animals. Coming back to the first bullet, the Cbnp's role in the authorization of veterinary medicines is expected to develop greater significance under the new regulation as the restrictions on access to the centralised procedure have effectively been removed. In addition to various product assessment-related activities, the Cbnp, together with a number of expert working parties, supports product development through the provision of scientific advice to companies researching and developing new veterinary medicines, and by generating technical guidance for the pharmaceutical industry. Next slide, please. The tasks of the Cbnp, as can be inferred from Article 57 of 726/2004, are largely repeated in Article 141 of the new regulation. However, I would just like to highlight two additional tasks, and they are given in bold on the screen. I apologise, the writing is very, very small, but the first of those tasks, just to note, is the Cbnp has a role in giving a scientific opinion in the context of cooperation with OIE concerning the evaluation of certain veterinary medicinal products intended exclusively for markets outside the Union. And a second, what could be considered a new task mentioned in the legislation, is to provide scientific advice on the use of antiparasitics in animals in order to minimise the occurrence of resistance. Cbnp was already tasked with providing scientific advice on the use of antimicrobials in animals in order to minimise the occurrence of resistance, but the task has been extended, as it were, to also include advice on antiparasitics. And I just wanted to highlight this as it is another reminder of the increased emphasis that has been put on antiparasitic resistance in the new regulation. Next slide, please. So coming back to the purpose of my presentation, which is to provide you with an update on Cbnp activities related to the new regulation, I'm going to use as my guide the Cbnp work plan for 2001 and the draft yet to be adopted Cbnp work plan for 2002. The 2000 work plan is near final, and hopefully that can be adopted during the Cbnp meeting scheduled for next week. Again, the primary focus for Cbnp and its expert working groups in recent years has been to deliver a number of tasks to facilitate implementation of the regulation, and this will continue through 2002. Next slide, please. As part of this work, the Cbnp will take account of the primary objectives of the revision of the legislation, namely to support new product development, improve medicines availability, reduce administrative burden, and address the public health risk of antimicrobial resistance, all the while guaranteeing the highest level of public and animal health and environmental protection. Next slide, please. In addition, regarding the use of animals in product development and medicines testing, the Cbnp will look to promote the appropriate application of the principles of the 3 Rs when implementing the new legislation. And also to note that an additional consideration is the need for consistency in implementation across the network. And with this in mind, the agency and Cbnp liaises with the CMDP on certain common interest areas. While seeking to deliver on the various NVR-related tasks, it is important that the core assessment activities of the Cbnp are not neglected. For these activities, the Cbnp is committed to strengthening the quality of the scientific review process and to ensuring consistency of Cbnp assessment reports and other scientific outputs. Next slide, please. So in the next series of slides, I will look at some of the NVR-related activities in more detail. Some of the topics here have been addressed in the previous presentation, and others will be covered in more detail in later presentations. There are a number of activities aimed at supporting product development and innovation. One activity for 2001 was to establish the Novel and Technologies Working Party as a successor to Advent. That activity was completed when the new Working Party had its first meeting in May of this year. And specific activities that this Working Party is currently engaged in and which will continue during 2022 relate to the development of guidance on cell therapies, bacteriophages, and monoclonal antibodies. Just to note that the activity around guidance on monoclonal antibodies is a guidance that has been developed at the level of the VICH. Next slide, please. As we've heard earlier this year, the Commission finalised and published the Delegated Regulation on the revision of Annex 2. That's the document which sets out the high-level data requirements for application dossiers. It is acknowledged in the revised annex that additional guidance from the agency on specific topics to complement some elements of the annex will be required. And that work has started with the development of guidance on topics such as the vaccine antigen master file, the platform technologies master file, data requirements for multi-strain dossiers, and a revision of existing guidance on requirements for field efficacy data for vaccines. For each of these guideline proposals, a period of public consultation has recently ended, and the Immunological's Working Party is in the process of reviewing comments received during the consultation and finalising the guidance taking account of those comments as appropriate. It is expected that the final guidelines will be adopted and published in Q1 of next year. Next slide, please. The Work on Article 40.5 is continuing. You will know that with this provision, where there is a change to a marketing authorization that involves a change to the pharmaceutical form, the administration route, or the dosage, and this change is deemed to lead to a reduction in antimicrobial or antiparasitic resistance, or to an improvement in the overall benefit-risk balance, then data supporting that change shall be protected for a period of 4 years. This provision is seen by industry as holding a lot of promise to promote innovation and development of existing products. As you can see, the Cbnp is in the process of elaborating a reflection paper on criteria for the application of Article 40.5. And in approaching this work, the Cbnp will seek to use or to apply the provision to promote product development where possible. That is all within the parameters provided for in the legislation. It was intended that this reflection paper would be finalised in July of this year, but due to the need for further legal input on interpretation of that provision, that timeline has slipped, and the document will not now be finalised until May 2022. Next slide, please. Under the heading of supporting product availability, the Cbnp has been working on an approach to implementing Article 23 and Article 24 of the regulation, which relates to limited markets. In July, the Cbnp adopted a final reflection paper on classification of a product as intended for a limited market and eligibility for Article 23. And in addition to the reflection paper, the Cbnp adopted a number of related data requirements documents. The reflection paper sets out the approach to applying the Article 23 provision. Basically, there are 2 questions to be addressed. You can see in the right-hand side of the slide. The first question is the product classified as a limited market? And if the answer to that question is yes, well then the product moves forward, and the second question then to be asked is, does the product satisfy the criteria for eligibility for Article 23? And that's the criteria as laid down in the reflection paper. Next slide, please. If a limited market product is considered eligible for Article 23, then gaps in safety and efficacy data as provided for in the relevant data requirements guidelines will be accepted. As I said, those Article 23 data requirements guidelines were adopted by the Cbnp in July of this year. Next slide, please. If it is the case that a product that's classified as a limited market is not eligible for consideration under Article 23, that is, does not satisfy the criteria for eligibility, well then by default a full Annex 2 compliant dossier will be required. However, noting that products intended for limited markets should benefit from this classification, even if not considered eligible for Article 23, the Cbnp is of the view that specific data requirements guidance should be elaborated for products that are classified as limited market, but not eligible for consideration under Article 23. The purpose of this guidance would be to highlight how the flexibility provided in Annex 2, where certain studies can be omitted or justified, can be applied to such products. A concept paper relating to this proposed guidance is currently out for consultation with a deadline for comments of the 15th of December. In terms of carrying that work forward, it is proposed that final guidelines will be delivered by January 2023. So please do note the open consultation, and clearly if you have any comments, we would very much like to receive them. Next slide, please. Also, under the heading of supporting product availability, the Cbnp has started working on an approach to implementing Article 25 of the regulation. This provision allows for the authorization of products in exceptional circumstances, in the absence of certain quality, safety, or efficacy data that would be a requirement in accordance with Annex 2. A draft guideline on data requirements for such products was released for consultation, with the consultation period ending at the end of October. Again, the Immunological's working party is in the process of finalising the guideline, taking account of stakeholder comments where considered appropriate. For this guideline, the expected completion date, again, is Q1 2022. Next slide, please. Under the heading of supporting all the authorization procedures generally, there are a number of new activities for 2022 that I would like to bring to your attention. The Cbnp has committed to revising its recommendation on the evaluation of the benefit-risk balance of veterinary medicinal products. A concept paper advising on the background to the revision and the proposed scope of the work is currently up for consultation. For this document, the consultation period is the 28th of February. Again, your comments on the concept paper would be very much welcomed. And it is expected that the work on the guideline itself will continue into 2023. A second new activity proposed for 2022 that I would like to highlight relates to Article 34 of the regulation. The Cbnp is proposing to draft guidance to complement the criteria detailed in Article 34 for determining the prescription status of products. Such guidance is considered necessary given the opening up of the centralised procedure, in particular, given the likelihood that the agency will be processing more products that may not automatically be assigned prescription-only status. Next slide, please. You will be aware that with the new regulation, there's significant change in the approach to post-authorization safety. And to prepare for the future system, there has been a very significant activity over the past 2 years. The latest in a series of significant landmarks was reached earlier this month with the publication of the Veterinary Code Pharmacovigilance Practice modules, which include guidance to complement legal requirements. For 2022, the main focus of the pharmacovigilance area will be to bed in the signal management process. I won't say any more about pharmacovigilance activities because you will hear about this topic in much more detail later this afternoon. Next slide, please. As mentioned again in the last presentation, addressing the public health threat associated with antimicrobial resistance is one of the primary objectives of the new legislation and is a priority area of activity for the agency and the Cbnp. In January of this year, the Cbnp published its strategy on antimicrobials to 2025. Many of the Cbnp's activities proposed for the next 5 years focus on assisting with the effective implementation of the legislation to ensure it achieves its objectives to strengthen the EU's actions in this area. Next slide, please. And it is fair to say that the number of activities in this area is considerable. Some of them are detailed here on this slide. You have already heard about the delays in delivering on the reserve list and the list of antimicrobials restricted when used under the cascade. The delay in finalising the Delegated and the Delegated Act and the criteria and the implementing acts has impacted on progress with the risk assessment guideline, which is not now to be finalised until Q2 of 2022. The work on elaborating criteria for determining exceptional cases when antimicrobial prophylaxis would be accepted is progressing, but there has been some slippage in timeline. It was originally signalled that this work would be complete in January of next year. However, now it is not expected to be finalised until Q2. I would also here like to highlight some new activities for 2022 arising as a consequence of the antimicrobials prophylaxis reflection paper. These include a review of indications for existing antimicrobial products to ensure that they're aligned with the guideline, and there may also be a need to review the intermammary and antimicrobial efficacy guidelines. Another new activity proposed for 2022 follows on from finalising the reflection paper on promoting alternatives to antimicrobials, and that is to initiate work on data requirements and potential claims for such products. Next slide, please. Of the various activities relating to environmental risk, two are nearing finalisation, and those are the work on Article 18.7 and the reflection paper on Article 37.2J. The work on Article 18.7 is expected to be finalised in Q1 of next year. I won't say any more on that activity because it is the subject of a separate presentation later today. With respect to Article 37.2J, essentially this prohibits the authorization of products for use in food-producing species that include substances classified as PBT, except where those substances are determined to be essential to prevent or control a serious risk to animal health. In order to ensure consistency in application of this provision and to provide some predictability for applicants, there is a need to establish clear guidance or criteria for making a determination that a substance is essential for animal health. And that's the subject of the reflection paper. This reflection will be the subject of public consultation in Q1 of 2022, and it is expected to be finalised by June. Next slide, please. This slide includes some selected other activities not related to the new legislation that I would like to make you aware of. The first, and this is a point that I did highlight in March, but I just want to repeat it here because of its significance, but it's to highlight this request from the Commission to the agency and EFSA to come up with a joint approach on consumer exposure assessment methodologies for residues in food of animal origin. This is an important piece of work in that it may lead to a change which could have implications for the current approach to establishing MRLs. The Commission has given a deadline of November 2022 to finalise the recommendation. A second activity that I would like to highlight is the need to consider the ongoing work of the agency on the risk of nitrosamine formation or presence during the manufacture of human medicines and the implications of this activity for the quality evaluation of EMPs. Next slide, please. And then there are a number of topics that are currently under discussion at the level of the Commission that are not yet, but may end up on Cbnp table. Perhaps the most significant of those is the feasibility study relating to the introduction of the active substance-based ERAs for substances used in veterinary medicine. So again, referring back to the previous presentation, you will note that the Article 156 of the regulation required the Commission to provide a report to the European Parliament and the Council in the new year, together with a legislative proposal if considered appropriate. You've heard from the Commission that will not happen in line with the timeline proposed, and that it will occur after other work has been completed. So here there is potential for a very significant activity in the network and for industry. But it will very much depend on the conclusions of the report or what the Commission provides to Parliament and Council. So it's a case of wait and see. So that's a very high-level run through the priority activities for the Cbnp now and into 2022. As you can see, the activities are both various and numerous. Next slide, please. There will be challenges, and perhaps the greatest challenge will be to realise the primary objectives of the regulation in the face of increasing demands on to address risk of AMR, to ensure consumer safety, and to adequately protect the environment. Next slide, please. Then other challenges will be to deliver on our commitments. You can see from what I've presented that the Cbnp is making very substantial progress delivering on the 2021 work plan, but there has been some slippage in timelines for some activities. So it is a challenge. Other challenges, in addition to delivering on commitments, are dealing with unplanned activities, ensuring quality of outputs, and then dealing with novel therapies, access to appropriate expertise, and increased external scrutiny of everything that we produce. And all of this is be done with relatively limited resources. And this is a point that I do keep coming back to, but it happens to be a fact. Next slide, please. So following on from the last slide, it is recognised that there's a need to continue to strengthen the quality of scientific outputs and to acquire the necessary skills and competencies to support the development of and to appropriately regulate novel products and technological innovations. An important tool in building capacity and capability is the provision of training. And the Cbnp, together with its working parties in collaboration with the EU Network Training Centre, is committed to contributing to the training of assessors for the network. In addition, there is a need to ensure optimal organisation of available expertise within the network for the services provided to the agency. Next slide, please. On this last point, I would just like to remind you of an ongoing EMA Management Board review of working parties that's working parties that support scientific committees of the agency. The review group has recommended that working parties should be reorganised into 5 principal domains. The working parties reporting directly to Cbnp will make up the veterinary domain. However, there will be veterinary interests in other domains, notably the quality domain and the non-clinical safety domain, where QWP and the 3Rs working parties respectively will sit. The relevant committees were requested to consider if all existing working parties are needed, and for those working parties to be retained to refresh or renew mandates and renew membership by criteria of proven expertise. And I'm very pleased to say that this piece of work is largely complete in the veterinary domain. The Management Board Review Group also recommended that the agency should introduce a systematic and structured stakeholder engagement at the level of the domain to underpin strategic priority planning. And this is something that the veterinary domain will actively work on during 2022. Next slide, please. So to conclude my presentation for today, I would first like to acknowledge that there has been very significant progress on delivery of the 2021 Cbnp work plan. And here I would like to take a moment to recognise the support provided to the Cbnp by a very large number of national experts over the past 2 years, either as members of Cbnp working parties or as members of dedicated expert groups working on specific activities. In addition, I would like to recognise and acknowledge the support provided to the Cbnp, its various working parties and expert groups by EMA staff. The time and considerable efforts of all concerned are very much appreciated. I and the Cbnp look forward to the continued support as we tackle another ambitious work programme for 2022. While there are numerous challenges to implementation, the focus must be on exploiting the opportunities in the regulation to achieve meaningful benefits. In order that the outputs we deliver are effective in terms of realising the primary objectives of the legislation, there is a need for continued active engagement from stakeholders. And again, as I did at the Information Day in March, I would like to sincerely thank all those stakeholders that contribute to Cbnp consultations, either by providing written comments or participation in meetings. And I very much look forward to continued constructive input as we move towards January 2022 and beyond. So with that, Chair, I would just like to thank everybody for listening, and I am happy to take any questions either now or later in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for this update. And again, you can all see a lot of work has been done since we last spoke in March. And really, we need to keep it up for a few more months, perhaps longer. At this point in time, David, I suggest that we take all the questions together at the end of the presentation session. So no questions to you immediately. We only had to do it with Eva because she had to step into another meeting. But I'm pleased to announce that Ivo Klaasen has been able to join us, and he will give us the next presentation on with updates on the implementation of the Regulation 2019-6 and the secondary legislation. Ivo, of course, is the head of the Veterinary Medicines Division at the agency since 2018. And since July of this year, Ivo has also been appointed as the Deputy Executive Director of the agency. Since he joined in 2018, he has been responsible for the development of the veterinary regulatory science strategy and the veterinary big data strategy. Ivo also co-chairs the EMA HMA task force that coordinates the implementation of the veterinary medicines regulation, and he works with his team, so us, to deliver on the required IT systems and business changes to facilitate this implementation. Ivo has over 30 years of experience in vaccine production, quality control and quality assurance, research and development, and regulatory affairs, both for human and veterinary vaccines. In his past, he has also been a member of the Cbnp, so he knows exactly what needs to be done. Ivo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will not comment on that last remark that I know exactly what has been done, but your introduction, Barbara, makes it look a lot harder than it actually is, because I know I'm surrounded by a good team and in the network of stakeholders that we're trying to do this together. So sorry for joining late, but I had other obligations that I needed to attend to, and sorry for messing up the program. I would like to start by the first slide, which is the slide that I used at the closure of the last info day, the one that was in March, and where we still had a discussion and the hope that we would indeed aim for simplicity. And we still have that intention. I think when you look at what we are presenting to you today, the second info day of this year, it shows that we have come a long way from where we were at the beginning of 2018, end of 2018, when the legislation was adopted. That could only have been possible by hard work, and we are now close to delivery. It could also only be possible by trying to go for the simplest options that we can imagine at this moment in time. Meaning that when we go live in January, that we may have reached a stage where we can start working with the new regulation, but still it would give us the opportunity to further simplify procedures and work on reduction of regulatory burden and administrative burden. And I think this is the message that I would like to give with this slide. So rather than making it complicated, we will continue to strive for simplicity. Now the next slide, and many of you have seen this slide many times before, which was the objectives of the regulation. It replaces the Directive 2001/82 with the overall aim of achieving the better regulation in the Union, providing for a modern, innovative and fit-for-purpose framework, gives an incentive to stimulate innovation, gives incentives to increase the availability of veterinary medicines, and it strengthens the EU action to fight antimicrobial resistance. And that's extremely ambitious. I think what comes on top of that, it was aiming at providing a specific regulation for veterinary medicinal products. And what we see now happening with the pharmaceutical strategy is that we are paving the way in that sense for a modernization that is going to happen in the coming years for the human medicinal products authorization as well. The challenging timeline that you saw in the that you can see in the next slide. As I said, starting in 2018, I joined this agency March 2018, and much of the work that I've been doing in the past 3.5 years has been focusing on this moment, January 2022, that is now scaringly close. When you look at where we are today, we've got only a few more weeks to really make it happen. And I think that that's the reason why we have this Info Day meeting today, to give you the latest updates on where we are and to provide you hopefully more information, more to the point information that can help you prepare for that mythical date of the 28th of January 2022 when the regulation goes live. In the next slide, we've been doing this work together with the EU regulatory network. It has required quite a lot of network coordination. To that extent, the task force on the coordination of implementation of the veterinary regulation was established already in September 2018, with the aim of coordinating and facilitating the implementation of the new regulation. And in that task force, Commission, NCAs, and the agency are represented. Since a year, they have been leading change management at a national level. And to that extent, we have been organizing quite a lot of meetings and regular exchange between the member states and the agency and the Commission. This task force is being co-chaired by France, Jean-Pierre Oran, and myself. And I think it has shown to be very effective and an essential tool to manage the preparation for the implementation, but also the change needed. But more importantly, next slide, has been our close collaboration and communication with stakeholders. Specifically for the UPD and EVVet, we've established Product Owners Group. There have been newsletters, mailings via industry associations, webinars, trainings, and focusing groups for guideline development. And in this slide, you see the stakeholder groups that have been represented in those particular fora. Access VetMed, for those of you that don't know, was formerly known as EGGVP or EGVP, and it's the organization that represents the generics producers for veterinary medicinal products. The road ahead. I do feel that the VMP REC program is on track to deliver robust and sustainable systems. I'm referring here to the IT systems that are compliant with the legislative requirements. We're paving the way for fine-tuning needed after January 2022, and the first improvements have been prioritized already. And timely communication with and active engagement of all stakeholders remains a priority, and I will give you some more detail on that, on how we will organize that post-January 2022. On the next slide, we're referring to the status update on the VMP REC implementation advices. So all submitted advices have been published on the EMA website, and you can find them through the link in this presentation. And as you have heard from the Commission this morning, the work on requests for 2 EMA advices is ongoing still. The advice on the list of antimicrobials to be reserved for human use, and I know this is a long-awaited advice. The planning is to deliver that advice by February 2022, and I'm sure Eva has explained this morning the circumstances that were leading to this. And linked to that is the advice on the list of substances not to be used or used subject to certain conditions under the so-called cascade, which is now scheduled for March 2022. And there are no other EMA advices or requests for drafting advices in the pipeline for 2022 from the Commission. On the next slide, you'll find an overview of the ongoing work to support the implementation of the VMP Rec. Work ongoing on Article 45. A reflection paper is being drafted for public consultation. A reflection paper on the interpretation of Article 18, paragraph 7 is published for public consultation. Guidelines and reflection paper on eligibility on limited markets, revised after consultation. Work on products for limited markets that do not comply with Article 23 is ongoing, and the revised QRD templates have been published. And in the next slide, the revised implementing rules to EMA's fee regulation that will apply from the 28th of January as a transitional measures until the new EMA fee regulation comes available. To take into account of the specifics of the veterinary medicines regulation. And for more information, I refer to the website. The guidance on veterinary good pharmacovigilance practice has been published, and the guidance on variations has been published. So I would like to ask you to keep consulting the EMA website and newsletters, because that's where we will keep you updated on additional guidance and on questions and answers. In the next slide, and this, again, many of you may have seen this slide before, it's the high-level slide that we have been using for the delivery of the IT systems. 2022, beginning of 2022 being the mythical date here, and one of the work that we're currently working on with the member states is the provision of legacy product data, which is pivotal for the go live to ensure that all the functionality of the databases can be guaranteed. The big programs here, the Union Product Database, the Union Pharmacovigilance Database, Manufacturers and Wholesale Database is a somewhat smaller project. And overlying that, the change management to support the actual implementation of these systems, both with NCAs and also supporting marketing authorization holders. Then in the middle, you see collection of antimicrobial sales and use data, which is a project that will extend well into 2023, but where we hope we can see the first deliverables at the end of 2022. On the next slide, the UPD project, the most recent go live of that project was 29th of October 2021, so yesterday actually. That's the release notes linked here in this document. 1 month ago, sorry, 1 month ago, I've been corrected here in the room. The EU Vet Implementation Guide, new chapter 7, describing the MAH actions, and progress on the product data upload, over 1,000 product entries, over 2,500 product entries in UPD production. In the EVVet project, the revised EVVet access policy has been published, EVV implementation guide has been published, and we are on track here for go live on the 28th of January 2022. And on the Manufacturers and Wholesale Database project, the objective here was to bring UDRA GMDP in line with the legislative requirements arising from the regulations. So 3 modules have been completed and are in user acceptance testing. And 1 module is still in development, and user acceptance testing with the NCAs is scheduled for January. The GDP module alignment, there's no legislative requirement, but it will be delivered in Q1 2022. And the webinar for industry on the integration of UDRA GDMP with OMS has been held on the 12th of October, and recording of the presentations are available and Q&As on the event page. We can go to the next slide on change management. Over the past year, and certainly since the last info day, a lot of training sessions has been organized for industry on UPD, EVV, and manufacturers and wholesale distributors database. Questions and answer on UPD for the industry users have been published. Q&As for EVVet for industry to be published shortly. And we are providing rolling assistance through the email that you find in this presentation. And we send out bi-monthly VMP Reg newsletters to keep you updated on the current status and the most recent developments. Obviously, we do realize that we will have a huge challenge at the go-live date and for the first period after the go-live date. And the agency is preparing and ready to support stakeholders after 28th of January, which is the go-live date for the systems. We are appointing dedicated staff for post-go-live support, both technically for the IT systems and from the business side. And initially, this support will be there for the first 6 months. Then it will be evaluated to see how we will expand on that and how we will continue for the period after that. But just rest assured that we will do everything in our power to make the transition as smooth as possible. And now that we're reaching 2022 and we're almost there, I think we all realize that this VMP Reg implementation journey will not end on the 28th of January. I've mentioned it before on other occasions. In 2022, we will all have to learn how to live with our new normal, which is the new regulation with all the systems that have been built around it and with the changes in business processes. To facilitate this, we do realize that it will need the necessary flexibility and workarounds. And that can only be done if we continue the collaboration with the stakeholders, NCAs and veterinarians and the industry stakeholders alike, because that collaboration will remain key for the successful implementation in 2022 for the vet regulation. And with that, I would like to close it in the interest of time as well, so that we can continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivo. Again, a lot has been done, and I really look forward to seeing everything in action at the beginning of the next year. We've mentioned stakeholders a lot in the presentation so far and how important their role is. So I would like to give the floor to a few of them. And I have no idea in which order you're going to speak. On my agenda, first one up is Andreas Werner. On this slide, it looks as if the order is inversed. Yes, okay. Jackie is going to speak first. And Jackie graduated and trained as a pharmacist in the UK. She leads the Elanco regulatory policy and intelligence team, and she has worked in regulatory affairs for more than 30 years, including a decade in industry and the remainder before then as a UK regulator at the VMD. She has been involved in the new regulation since its inception and is, of course, directly involved in its implementation at Elanco. Jackie, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks, Barbara. Perhaps you would like to, if it would be okay, introduce Patricia and Andreas now, and then we won't interrupt the presentation as we go through, if that would be okay for you.
That is absolutely okay. So right after Jackie, we will hear from Patricia Oelker. Patricia works at Boehringer Ingelheim, and she graduated as a biological engineer from the Catholic University of Louvain. And after a few years in applied research, she started her career as a regulatory affairs manager at JSK Biologicals, moving to the EDQM in 2001, where she held different positions and became an assessor for the certification procedures. She joined the veterinary business of Boehringer Ingelheim in 2013 and has or is involved with the Animal Health Europe working parties dealing with regulatory procedures and telematics. Of course, all of the industry, well, definitely Patricia and later also Andreas also work in the groups that we arrange where stakeholders participate. In this case, for Patricia, the SPOR task force, the VMP Reg stakeholders group, and the UPD product owners group. Then last, we will hear from Andreas Werner, a veterinarian from the Justus Liebig University in Gießen, who completed his doctorate in anatomy. He's been working in the veterinary pharmaceutical industry since 1990 in several roles ranging from regulatory affairs managers, information officers, qualified person for pharmacovigilance. Andreas chairs the pharmacovigilance working group at Access Vet Med and is also board there. And like Patricia, participates in the agency's VMP Reg stakeholder meetings and pharmacovigilance interest parties meetings. So Jackie, first over to you then. Thank you.
Yes, many thanks, Barbara, and thanks for the opportunity to present the industry's preparedness and on behalf of Animal Health Europe and Access Vet Med. We are going to address those aspects which are particularly relevant to the EMA, to the Commission and to the Cbnp. Of course, there are other aspects which are more relevant to the national competent authorities and to CMDV, but that would be a whole other presentation. Having said that, we may touch on those aspects a little bit as we go through the slides. So next slide, please. Yes, I mean, obviously there's an awful lot to cover, so we can only do this really in a general way, but we have picked out a number of specific topics where we'll dive a little bit deeper, and that's where Patricia and Andreas will take us into those topics. So next slide, please. So what are the main challenges from the industry's perspective? Well, certainly it's a sheer volume of implementation work, and we've heard this is also true for the Commission and for the EMA, Cbnp as well. Within the companies, what we're finding is the changes don't just affect regulatory affairs or pharmacovigilance, it's affecting all our functions. So that makes it a much more complicated implementation and task. One of the big challenges has really been the fact that, of course, we will be submitting applications come February next year, but the studies which support those and the dossier builds, we're well ahead with those already. We're doing those now. So that means in some cases, we really have been doing those without the final guidance or interpretations. And actually, one of the key points here was this question of whether GCP or GLP would be required in certain cases because of the new technical annex. On that note, it was really good to hear from the Commission of the plans for a correcting act and the fact that this is being expedited, but also to hear from David that Cbnp will plan something in the interim, a more considered response, which hopefully addresses pharmaceuticals and biologicals, as the original Cbnp response just addressed pharmaceuticals. So it's good that that issue has been recognised, and we appreciate that. I mean, another point is there are still some really important questions unanswered, and we'll come on to that later in the presentation. I think it's also fair to say that some of the answers will now be too late for us to be completely on time and fully ready for implementation, so that we need to factor this into our thinking. And what we're really conscious of is we can see that the work doesn't end in January. In fact, maybe it becomes even more intensive, because what we're going to need to do is really be flexible to adapt within the companies and learn from experiences and keep that ongoing dialogue. Of course, we hope it's only the first half of 2022, but maybe the reality is it's longer than that. Next slide, please. And yeah, I mean, I said this before, but yes, we appreciate it's not just our pain or our stress, as I think Georgie referred to, but it's all of our pain and stress at the moment. We're all incredibly busy, but we do really appreciate your efforts from the EMA, the Cbnp, the Commission to get us to the point we are at and to have a plan to get us across the finishing line in January in a reasonable state. So yes, next slide, please. So maybe some just practical examples of some of the steps being taken. I mean, on a general level, of course, we are all having countless meetings within functions, across functions within our companies. We are training huge numbers of people as information becomes available, and obviously have to plan for a lot more trainings going forward. One thing I really wanted to highlight, though, is that we are having to identify additional resource, and that this can be bringing in additional people or using contractors, particularly to deal with what we expect as a high demand at the start of 2022. And so you might say, well, you know, what exactly is involved here? And just as examples, once the Union product database is fully populated with data on all registrations, many companies will want to check all of that data for their products, because what they don't want to find is problems later on at the point they need to use that information in earnest. But the other thing that's needed, and is a huge task, is that we need to map the information in the Union product database into our internal company systems, the relevant ones, in order to provide certain information going forward on availability and sales information. And this exercise involves not just making hundreds of connections, but for many companies, it's about making thousands of connections within systems. And we can only start doing this once the UPD identifiers are all available. So that's why, you know, we really have additional people identified in many companies to take on this work. The other, maybe just to pick out one area of particular change and variations as an example of the steps being taken. Actually, many companies actually going back probably 6 months, 9 months ago, already started to say, actually, we think Q1's going to be maybe a little bit difficult. So let's already ask our manufacturing and quality departments to avoid making changes which would require regulatory submissions in the first quarter. So they're either been asked to bring things forward or things to push things back. Of course, we can't do this completely because there are some where we simply can't avoid that, but we are trying to avoid too many things having to come in that first quarter. We also need to re-engineer all our processes behind how we manage changes and variations, and especially considering the VNRAs. But also, we have to then update all our quality systems, train all our people. And we are also conscious that probably in the early stages of next year, we might be having to run multiple processes. Transition happens and move into the new environment. And then just finally, on the variation system, we've always had to plan very carefully variations, but we're having to be even more careful now because some of the old Type 1A variations are now VNRAs, and many of those Type 1A variations, we had a year to update to make the necessary submission. Now we only have 30 days. And on top of that, we have the complexity of managing the transition period and also dealing with those old changes which happened, which were Type 1As before in the preceding months. So yeah, there's even greater focus in companies on the logistics of planning changes. And so, to move on to other logistics area, I'm going to hand over to Patricia now, and Patricia's going to talk a little bit about the telematics side of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie.
Yeah, next slide.
Good morning to everyone. Do you hear me okay? Okay, so good morning, everyone. In the next 2 slides, we thought that it may be useful to give the audience an overview of all the points in time during development of a veterinary medicinal product up until the point of registration and beyond, when industry may or will have to interact with IT systems. Some of the systems we know well and we use for several years now. Some others have been rolled out by the EMA relatively recently, and maybe not everyone is familiar with them. So we will very quickly mention these new systems. So on the left-hand side of the slide, during development, there may be a need to request scientific advice from the EMA. And this will be the first encounter with several new systems, such as the IRIS portal and the SPORE portal. And here, applicants should not underestimate the time needed to go through the different IT steps required by this system, such as reading user guidance, registration, and so on. The next encounter in the middle of the slide is the time of dossier preparation and submission, where some other systems come into play. This is the latest point in time when applicants will get acquainted with the SPORE portal, since information from the SPORE portal is mandatory for submitting an application. Then coming to the step of positive opinion and of procedure or product approval, this is when the UPD comes into the picture as competent authorities will we create new products in the system. In the next slide, please, we are moving to the post-authorization phase. Yes, where changes to the dossier will follow either the route of variations requiring assessment or variations not requiring assessment, each route making use of different systems. So, and this is when in the post-authorization phase, EMA holders will start interacting with the UPD, mostly for recording variations not requiring assessment, for submitting annual volumes of sales, and maintaining information on the availability of their products. These last two pieces of information, the volumes of sales and availability, are known under the acronym OPAD for Other Post-Authorization Data. Finally, and please note this is only applicable to centrally authorized products, communication with EMA holders about planned inspections will take place in the future only by means of the IRIS portal. So as you can see, there is a clear increase in the importance of IT tools to be used in the registration and maintenance of marketing authorization, specifically as these IT tools become mandatory. And not mentioned on this slide, we should of course not forget the Union Pharmacovigilance Database as a major other IT system to be used by industry. So next slide, please. So coming now to the question, having all this in mind, I believe it's fair to say that we are experiencing a surge in IT systems that may have come as a surprise to many of us on the industry side. And it has triggered concerns regarding the impact these may have on the availability of new systems, in particular in the case of applications under exceptional circumstances when timing or for which timing is key. So we would welcome any recommendation from the EMA on what action steps need to be taken by applicants to avoid any negative impacts on timing. As already mentioned previously, the UPD is central and successful post-authorization activities will only be possible with an operational and fully populated system. From the UPD release notes that are available on the website of the EMA, we understand, however, not everything might be perfect, while at the same time we hear that might be risks that some national EMAs may not be in the system by end of January 2022. So we understand, of course, EMA and staff and contractors are doing their best to solve all issues in time. However, as mentioned in Ivo's slide, there may be a need to introduce some flexibility in the first months of next year, as EMA holder will not be in a position to fulfill their responsibilities if not all products are available by the deadline. So we would really welcome comments from the EMA on what level of flexibility could be envisaged. And of course, going forward, there will be a need to agree on a strategy for data correction or enrichment, but that will be probably a topic for later on. With the next slide, we are changing topic. And so industry is reviewing and adapting their development programs based on the new Annex 2 and resulting CVMP guidance. As such, we very much welcome scientific guidance. However, we would like to address certain points in relation in this slide and the next one to biological products. The first point we wanted to raise at the time when we drafted these slides were the GLP conditions for preclinical studies, which has come, which would create a major hurdles, and also came as a surprise, as it has been a new requirement coming relatively late in the drafting of the new Annex 2. We have heard since this morning with the presentation from the European Commission very promising new information. Therefore, I think everybody is aware of the impact new GLP requirement might have not only on study costs, but also on timing for submission of new product applications, with the need of potentially repeating studies under GLP in the EU. And yes, also because there might actually be a lack of GLP facilities out there in the research field. So we will follow up with a lot of interest the work from the European Commission for the revision of the annex. Going to field studies, the guideline on clinical trials for immunological veterinary medicinal products has actually a larger scope that was initially expected. So the criteria for omission of field efficacy trials are, of course, welcome, but they are mixed with unexpectedly strengthened requirements for all trials, and this overall reduces flexibility. So we can mention quickly stringent conditions regarding challenge model, a reference to a guideline on statistical principle for clinical trials that actually has been drafted for pharmaceutical products, and as well as requirements on the definition of a titer of batches to be used under field conditions. So we would very much welcome more flexibility in these topics. On the next slide, thank you. So as previously mentioned, scientific guidance is generally welcome. However, regarding the guidance for the platform technology master file, the final guidance is very detailed and has complex requirements. So there are some concerns, for example, that the examples from the annex could be considered during the assessment as requires and not as examples. So the proposal here would be, after first experiences have been gathered, to reevaluate and adapt the guidance to make it more flexible. We welcome the flexibility offered by the vaccine antigen master file guidance and see further opportunities if there could be other options or open, like, for example, the option to include as part of the master file data safety data specifically related to the strain in question, and maybe remove some redundancy with the administrative data to be provided in part 1 of a final product dossier. Also, the requirement for 3 consecutive batches in the master file may be seen actually as a disincentive for the master file approach compared to the regular non-master file containing dossier. So knowing that the master file guidance is not expected to introduce new technical requirements, we would suggest a rewording of the guidance. Finally, industry would like to suggest a pragmatic procedure for the classification of immunologicals versus non-immunologicals, rather than making a mandatory use of the scientific advice procedure. The next slide will be on specific marketing authorization applications. Industry is looking forward to a smooth eligibility process for limited market applications. We would like to put forward a few concrete proposals which would help in our perspective, like, for example, having data reduction acceptable by default, not requiring justification. Also, features from the current MUMS policy would be helpful in addition, such as fee incentives, and having a list of diseases or indication for which eligibility under Article 23 would be granted by default. This, we think, would bring predictability, help focusing on needed targets, and would provide incentive. It would also be useful if could be possible to apply under Article 23 the master file concepts. Finally, maybe scientific advice may not be necessary in all cases. And we also very much welcome the Cbnp concept paper for limited market products not eligible under Article 23. Regarding new products approved under exceptional circumstances, as mentioned before, time is a critical factor to availability of the product on the market. So maybe being more proactive in the recognition of an outbreak could help in this respect. Inclusion of multi-strain dossier in the scope would also enhance disease readiness in case of outbreak requiring vaccination with approved strains or serotypes and new emerging ones. Flexibility in the level of GMP requirement would also be helpful. Post-authorization data requirements to gain full MA according to Annex 2 should be kept proportionate and not be too demanding in timelines. Finally, further procedural guidance for aspects such as re-examination would be welcome. And with this, I'm pleased to hand over to the next speaker. Andreas, please.
Thank you very much. Next slide. We appreciate the involvement of industry and stakeholder meetings and the possibilities to provide.
Andreas, if I may, we can't hear you very well. If you could move closer to the microphone. Thank you.
We appreciate the involvement of industry and stakeholder meetings and the possibilities to provide early comments to the pharmacovigilance guidelines and the respectful consideration to these. It has been and still is a huge task of pharmacovigilance guideline development team, pharmacovigilance personnel and IT team in providing guidance and developing EVVET3 to ensure the database is available in time. We appreciate your support by providing training sessions published afterwards on the EMA homepage so that participants can check the information again whenever questions arise. But finally, the time left for authorities and industry to adapt to the new system is very short. Next slide, please. The final versions of the guidance documents for pharmacovigilance were published on November 18th, just 12 days ago, and the drafts of the documents which have been prepared by the MAAs for the pharmacovigilance system master file and standing operating procedures have to be renewed. There have been significant difficulties in the user acceptance testing of EVVET3, ranging from access issues to distribution of incorrect links to bugs in the functionality. I'm confident that the IT team is working hard to ensure that these issues are resolved by the launch of EVVET3 on 28th of January. When only data of central authorized products will be available in the UPD by January, the lack of product data will lead to issues in adverse event reporting and signal detection for non-central authorized products in EVVET3, and transitional arrangements must be made. Access to the real system is urgently needed to gain experience in adverse event reporting as well as in signal detection, and to ensure compatibility of databases to send to and receive cases from EVVET3. Next slide, please. Challenges that now need to be addressed by the marketing authorization holders are the designing of a pharmacovigilance system master file, the establishing of standard operation procedures with actual workflow, huge work to ensure compatibility of company databases with EVVET3, More time will be needed to insert adverse event reports in the new system. Therefore, time out only after 30 minutes of inactivity and warning is appreciated. Extensive work will be done on mapping of similar non-EU products to EU products. Establishing methodology and systems to have sales volume at the pack levels, updating existing internal signal management and risk management processes, and working out signal management outcome reporting to union databases. So indulgence and help will be needed in the phase of introduction of the new system and in pharmacovigilance inspections in the coming year. I will hand over to the next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you, Andreas. So I said I'd come back to some of the major open questions. Some of these have already been addressed by Andreas and by Patricia, but maybe just to talk about the first two bullet points. So we heard from Eva from the Commission on timings of when we can expect further progress on the list of antimicrobial substances to be reserved for human use, and the Delegated Act with detailed rules. But I would just like to make an important point, that is, even when they become available and they are final, there is still a need for a long lead-in time to actually implement the changes behind them. And that's particularly true when we look at the implementation of Article 118 and the impact on third countries. If we think of third countries today, there are animals already in the production chain who ultimately will be imported into the EU next year. And clearly, we can't unwind time and apply these retrospectively. So it's really important. And I hope this message can be conveyed back to the Commission, and is one that others have brought to their attention. But it's one thing having the rules, it's another having the time to prepare to be ready for these to be in place. Next slide, please. So the major concerns from industry. Well, administrative burden was mentioned as one of the key goals, one of the four main goals in the new regulation, and it is reinforced by Jordan in his introduction and by David as well. We have some concerns that some of the opportunities which are in the regulation won't be fully realised, and we already see some examples where the actual approach to implementation, particularly at the member state level, has led to us not realising those improvements. And just for example, the way some member states have handled the implementation of renewals which fall due after January 2022. Another concern is the area of the systems, the UPD and the EV-Vet3 and the enhancement. So we're very happy that the work is progressing. There's a lot of attention at the moment, and we know that there is an understanding of the need to continue to deliver enhancements so that ultimately we have systems which deliver the expected benefits and do not actually increase administrative burden. I think the one thing that we're concerned about is, will the funding and resources be there as long as it's needed? And I think I saw in one of Evo's charts that it showed these enhancements going out to middle of 2023. So we certainly hope as an industry the funding and the resource will be available, and that during that period of time those refinements can be made to give the systems which will help all of us ultimately. We are worried about, we have some worries for EMA and also Cbnp, because we really do appreciate the workload. And particularly when we consider the opening up of the centralised procedure, we do understand there's going to be more applications coming forward to the EMA, Cbnp, and that's on top of dealing with these enhancements. And then coming back again to the aims of the regulation. So one of the aims is to increase availability of veterinary medicines, and the new regulation is very good in this respect. It has many aspects which will help us improve availability of veterinary medicines, and the Commission and the EMA and others involved are congratulated in realizing that. But what we now see is we start to see some of the horizontal legislation risking the gains that we have made, and in fact, potentially even making the situation worse. And there are two sort of main factors at play with these horizontal legislations. And one is that these are tending to look at substances and looking at on a substance level, whereas, of course, for medicines, we are looking at all the risks and all the benefits and weighing those up. So it's losing that important aspect of balance. And then the other area of problem is in the problem area of labeling, where we see conflicts coming from the regulations. So if I give you two examples, so in REACH at the moment, there are considerations of introducing restrictions on PFAS, polyfluorinated alkyl substances, which if they go forward as they are now without any change in definition or special consideration of veterinary medicines, we will actually see loss of products in the future. So clearly we need to address that. The other example is a labeling one, and we have the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive, which is already in place, but we now see member states now implementing this at a country level. And it's not usually the veterinary medicines regulators doing this, and we see a number of countries already from, for example, their environment groups, departments, asking us to add to labels symbols and logos concerning recycling. This is a problem on two counts. Firstly, our regulation on veterinary medicines doesn't allow for us to add additional information. And secondly, what we see is member states have all their own logos and codes that they want to use, which certainly doesn't facilitate use of multi-language packs, exactly what the medicines regulation was trying to address. So this is something that needs definitely to be untangled. Next slide, please. So what are we doing in companies? And I know there's a presentation later on expectations, what companies should be doing. So I hope there's a good match with what we're expecting to do. We're going to continue the dialogue and engagement on the EMA, with the EMA and on the systems. We will closely monitor the member states' implementation. There's some examples in the bullet points, but I don't have time to go through those in any detail. But we will also be looking for the opportunities which are in the new regulation, and we're certainly looking forward to that ongoing dialogue and would again send that message of flexibility is really important as these are introduced so that we do realise the wider benefits. The next slide, please. So there are some things the legislation requires us to deliver. So we have to enrich the UPD data with availability information at the pack level. We've got a year to do that in industry. And then we've got 5 years to update all our products into the new QRD template. So that's going to keep regulatory staff busy for some considerable time. The other thing that we need to do in companies, but actually this is not just owned by companies, this point of untangling the disconnects between the veterinary medicines legislation and other legislation. We see this as something for not just the Veterinary Industry Association, but also the Human Medicines Industry Associations, for the veterinary associations, for farmers, for the Commission, for EMA. It's in all of our interests that we find a solution to this so that we really are able to progress with the fundamentals of benefit risk assessment on a product level going forward for veterinary medicines. And just to mention a little, going outside the EU a little bit, once the UPD is fully populated, what it's going to do and what we'll promote is to third countries is that there's now this central resource of information for all veterinary medicines in the EU. And we really hope that can help some of them move away from requiring 3 sales certificates. And something else that we will actually look to do is we know quite a few countries look to the EU and approach and try to emulate it, parts of it or some of it. And we'll certainly try and help those countries understand some of what the goals were, some of the pitfalls, and we hope that's also something that perhaps EMA and Heads of Medicines Agency would be involved in too. So I think it's my last slide. So yes, so just to wrap up. So we know it's a massive task for all of us. We really do appreciate all your efforts. We appreciate the EMA leadership, the demonstrations, the trainings, the newsletters, everything you listed, Ivo, in your slide on stakeholder engagement. And we certainly echo the need for ongoing dialogue and working together. Companies are as prepared as we can be. We are busy, and we know we have to adapt. We're used to doing that, and so we expect to be doing that and to be flexible going forward. And of course, I think it's essential, and actually, I think many of these points echo the points that Ivo had in his concluding slide, is that we do need flexibility, we do need dialogue, we need to continue to work together. And in the meantime, well, we have to do our best. We have to tolerate some of the issues which we'll encounter early next year. But when we encounter those problems, we all have to be proportionate, be pragmatic, find workable solutions, and most of all, be positive. And so, yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jackie, Patricia, and Andreas for your presentation. And yes, it'll require a lot of collaboration to manage the next months. If I may, before I open up for the question and answers, of course, Eva already explained about the list of antimicrobials to be reserved for human use. The EU, or let's put it that way, the EU member states are all WTO members. And the legal act that would implicate imports will be notified to WTO with an appropriate period of implementation. So it's not going to come overnight. And Eva already outlined the European consultation process, but rest assured there is a consultation process with third countries in the making and necessary under WTO rules. I see that Ivo already has his hand up, so I would like to hand the floor to Ivo and then move on to the other questions. Ivo, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Barbara, and thank you to the presenters from industry on their presentation. Can I ask that we go to the major concern slide, because I think there's some questions there that's high level enough for me to understand, so that I can reply to those. The major concerns mentioned by Jackie on administrative burden and the reduction opportunities lost via the approach to implementation at the member states level. It's something that I think we potentially recognize. It will also depend largely on how UPD and EVVET will in the future indeed deliver on their promises. I think people have been holding back on accepting that they will take away some of the work that needs to be done at the national level. There may be legal constrictions at national level that would still necessitate that some of the work still needs to be redone. I think it was slide 15 in the presentation. I think that the next bullet points on that, the UPD and EVVET enhancement, maybe for me to shed a bit of light on that. So I don't have a crystal ball. I can't say how long it will be until it delivers full benefits, but delivering full benefits is indeed what we try to achieve with what we would call post MVP. But I would like to avoid the minimal viable product from now on. But with all the improvements that we are going to make, they should create a lessening of the administrative burden for the stakeholders involved. That could be NCAs, but of course also for marketing authorization holders. And in order to assure that, several things have been put in place or will be put in place. The first thing is that in the Implementing Act, there is an article which basically, for the remainder of the time that the UPD will be active, it forces the agency, together with the stakeholders, to develop a 2-year improvement plan. There's no time limit to it. It's for the UPD only, but it's in the legislation. So every 2 years, the agency will have to come up with an improvement plan, which will then, obviously, pending on budget and available resources, will need to be executed. Now, in order to get this done, the agency is proposing that we establish an advisory group. The advisory group is going to help us in prioritizing the functionalities and requirements that the agency will need to work on, again, together with the member states, that will ideally deliver those benefits. That advisory group, if everything goes according to plan, we hope that advisory group will replace the current governance structure already in Q1 of next year. And it is our intention to send out invitations for that advisory group already in January. The participants in that advisory group will be from industry, from veterinary societies, possibly consultants, the member states, and the agency itself. That advisory group will help us in prioritizing that and meeting that requirement, which is in the Implementing Act on the UPD. In order to ensure that we look for an integrated approach, and this is not in the legislation, but it's an agency initiative, we putting in the mandate of that advisory group that they also would work in the on EVVET and on MWD. And in fact, that information will be provided to you later today in the presentation by Jana Shalansky. Also, for the coming year, we have secured the budget so that it will not stop after January 2022, but we will be able to continue to work on improvements. And this is what I wanted to bring here. We do recognize the last bullet point on this slide, and Animal Health Europe has approached us to have a discussion on that, to hear our views. I think this is largely just with the Commission to respond to. There's very limited that the agency can do on this. It's for the member states indeed, and for the Commission to ensure that these new regulations in and by themselves do not create additional costs or an additional burden to availability of veterinary medicinal products on the market. So this is as a first reply to your presentation. Thank you very much, and back to you, Barbara.
Thank you very much. Jackie, okay, Jackie nodded. I have a raised hand from Riccardo Romagnoli and would like to invite you to speak your question. Okay, while we wait for Riccardo to connect his audio, there was also a question to David Murphy that came in through the chat. David, the question is, since a lot of scientific guidelines and reflection papers will only be finalized in 2022-23, there is uncertainty with regards to new product development and regulatory strategy. How should industry deal with that? Ask for formal advice from Cbnp, or will direct more informal communication with regulatory authorities be possible during that transition period?
Thank you very much for the question. I absolutely fully acknowledge the question of where it's coming from. You know, there are a lot of guidelines in development, and as has been said, some of them will not be coming on stream or finalised until into next year. And you know, I think all I can say is that, you know, where there is sort of uncertainty in terms of requirements, well, then the advice that I would give is to engage with the relevant competent authorities. And if there's a proposal to bring a product with a symptomized procedure, well, then that would be to engage with the agency and the Cbnp, maybe in the context of scientific advice. If other authorization procedures are being considered either national or DCP, will then engage with the national competent authorities or the proposed RMS. You know, I think I do fully accept the point. In terms of sort of requirements, you know, the Cbnp has tried to you know, publish concept papers for consultation and guidelines have been published for consultation, and you know, they to a certain extent will indicate sort of direction of travel. So you know, I do accept that documents are not final until they're final, but you know, there is you know, a certain amount can be learned from the documents that are published. So I'm not sure that I can say terribly much more than that at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Right, Ricardo's hand is no longer up, so if there is a remaining question, perhaps you could put that into the chat. And I wonder if someone can help me with any outstanding questions that we need to answer. I did see, one question that I see now is with the changes to the limited markets regulation, will there be the opportunity for clear classification of major and minor species? And the specific question is, does the term pigs in Article 4.29 exclusively cover domestic swine, or does that also include other pigs, such as wild boars? And probably, David, you're the one to take that one. Although maybe colleagues from the agency would also like to intervene on that one.
Okay, I'm more than happy to pass this to colleagues from the agency. You know, and maybe I will do that. I think you know, that is a point that may require some consideration. I'm pretty sure that when pigs were classified as a major species, the thought behind the drafter was commercial pig production. So, but I'm more than welcome to hear views from agency colleagues. So, yeah, I don't have anything more to add in respect to that. Maybe, Chair, just while I have the floor, I would just like to thank very much the industry colleagues for a very, very clear presentation. It was very, very clear, and the challenges for industry are acknowledged, they're recognised. What I would say is that, you know, and has been recognised by JP and others, is that, you know, those challenges for the regulatory network also, and that in all national competent authorities there is a flurry of activity across sort of all procedures, processes, systems to get them adjusted and updated and aligned with the requirements of the regulation for the end of January. So it is happening right across the board. In relation to the you know, given the amount of activity that's been generated both for industry and for the regulatory network, I, from a regulatory side, do echo the comments from industry colleagues that it would be an absolute shame if in 5 years' time that we can't look back and see that we realise the benefits, that we've realised the objectives of the legislation, be it in respect of administrative burden, plus availability of medicines, promoting innovation. So, you know, as I say, it would be a real shame if we can't look back and say we've achieved those. So I do recognise that. The other point, just to make in terms of the industry presentation, there were other issues that were highlighted. The time doesn't allow to go into them here in any detail, but a number of them were relating to of documents that are currently out for consultation, particularly in the area of, I think it was vaccine antigen master file, platform technology master file, field efficacy studies for veterinary vaccines. It just, to say that the comments from stakeholders, I expect that the concerns that were expressed this morning in the presentation will be reflected in comments from stakeholders, and their comments that are currently under review by the IWP, as I said, and they will take those comments into account where the IWP and Cbnp consider appropriate before finalisation of the document. Again, just to note that there was a suggestion that some of what's stated in those guidelines now could be seen as an increase in requirement or more rigid, less flexibility. And what I would say is that was not necessarily the intention of the revision of the guidelines, but it may be the case. Some aspects were clarified, basically in line with sort of a current practice or expectation. So it's just to make that point. But is to come back to the thing that the comments received during the consultation period will be given due consideration and, as I say, taken into account as appropriate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, David. Much appreciated. I would like to move on with the question. There is one question on variations not requiring assessment related to variations requiring assessment in the chat. Marco, I would ask you to be patient and listen to the presentations this afternoon. It will be explained there. So with that said, I'd like to move on to Kat Sterling, who has her hand raised. Kat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Barbara. Sorry, I was just waiting to be unmuted. Yeah. So it's a question on the context of transitional measures. So it was mentioned in our presentation, and it's linked to some feedback I've seen in other things in terms of the ability to have transitional measures. So I guess where something may not be fully functional, for example, the UPD, there's concerns around whether all the information will be present there to facilitate pharmacovigilance reporting, the variations not requiring, etc. And I have seen in some feedback around the fact that the concept of transitional measures doesn't really exist legally. So there's no sort of legal basis for that. So I wondered if the agency could comment on what their current thinking is around the ability to have a level of flexibility and pragmatism in terms of our ability to conduct things like the signal detection, the submit not requiring assessment, if we get 28th of January and all of the information that's needed to facilitate that is not available in the UPD, because there's been some concerns raised around the ability of the competent authorities to get all the information for legacy products in there. So I wondered whether the agency could maybe comment on your current thinking around this concept of the need for transitional measures, and that's maybe not the right terminology, because I understand legally that's not something we can have.
Yes, thank you very much for the question, and Ivo would like to take that one. Ivo.
Thank you.
I have no strong desires to take that one, but I think I can take it. No, Kat, thank you for that question, and I think we do recognize that. I'm still working under the assumption that the majority of the products will be uploaded in the UPD. For most member states, that will indeed be the case, so that we can go live. And that actually we will have a functional system, possibly with a few caveats. It will not work smoothly everywhere. You're right, we should avoid the term transitional measures, because there's no legal basis for that. Everything should work or we should work in accordance with the new regulation from January 28 onwards. However, and we mentioned that in my presentation as well, that there may be flexibility and workarounds. So since we cannot really see where the problems will arise, it's a bit difficult to now come up with very strict plans on contingency. We will have contingency in place for the eventuality that there are real technical problems so that the work cannot be done, then there needs to be a workaround for those cases where, for example, certain member states have not been able, for whatever reason, to upload legacy data or product data. And that could be limited to certain product or product groups, or maybe only certain member states experiencing a problem. As I said, we still hope that we will go live with the full data set in January. If not, then flexibility and workarounds will be the way to deal with this.
Thank you very much for that. Kat, was that enough? I see your hand is still up.
I think it's as much as we understand you're able to tell us right now, and I think, Ivo, to your comment about understanding where those gaps might be and where those needs for workarounds might be, I think that's one of our concerns with the limited amount of user acceptance data testing we've been able to do so far for both ourselves and the competent authorities to understand where the challenges will be. And I think we certainly have concerns about the information being correct in things like the spore systems and the UPD, but I think it's something we all recognise. And as Jackie mentioned, we've kind of primed our organisation with the fact that we may well have to expect some delays or some challenges with some of these processes, at least through the first part of next year, while we all get used to the new systems.
Okay, Eva, maybe I can also ask for a little bit of patience, Kat, because Jos will present on what's happened in the area of pharmacovigilance. And since your specific question relates to signal management, maybe that is a better opportunity to further discuss that question in the light of the additional information, because it's of course a mix between IT systems and pharmacovigilance. But Ivo, please add if you wanted to say something in addition.
At this moment, I would like to give the floor to more questions.
I actually don't see any additional hands up. I really, this is your opportunity to discuss with Ivo and David, but also, of course, with the industry colleagues. And so also, if there were questions raised in the presentations where you would like to see a response from us, please flag it up now. Frederick, I see your hand is up, and Katharina will.
And thank you, Barbara. Do you hear me?
Very well.
So first, thank you very much for the good presentations and all the answers. I just have a general question, jumping on the point of sometimes lack of understanding on both sides of the fence, so the industry and the authorities, and coming back to the field trial guideline, for example, for vet vaccines. There we had the impression that, the original intent was a bit forgotten, so to speak. And this is really an area where, more informed discussions, especially in times of COVID, of course, between industry and authorities would help. And we heard also that there was a lot of trainings being foreseen. And so that's more a general question. Does the EMA or, Cbnp working groups, would they foresee in the foreseeable future to have more possibility for informal discussions, with industry? Thank you.
Right. I'm trying to see who I should give the response to this question to, but I see David switching on the camera. So David, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I can start, and maybe Eva might want to follow up. Just on the general point, Frederick, I do again I acknowledge and recognise where you're coming from, and I think that the opportunity for discussions between regulators and interested parties is something that should be promoted more. And I'm saying that, and I'm very, very conscious that Cbnp itself has not had an interested parties meeting for quite some time. And that is during this whole period of BCP, sort of from Brexit through to relocation through to COVID. So that is something that I am very conscious of, and hopefully 2022 we'll be in a position to get that back on track, because we do recognise that it's sort of that it's an important discussion for us, or forum rather. So. On that point, I do acknowledge that more can be done. I do know that for a number of the individual working parties, I've seen draft work plans for 2022, and there are penciled in for a number of those interest parties engagements or meetings for 2022 also. So I do hear the point, and as I say, if we go back to my presentation and the management board review of sort of the working party supporting committees, there was a very strong recommendation that stakeholder engagement is something that we need to be more active on, and that basically that's got to be sort of built into sort of our planning in terms of the work that we choose to engage in, so that basically that we focus or concentrate on adding value, as it were. So I do hear the point, and as I say, that's something that we would look to work further on, improve in the coming years. So this is a very sort of general response to that question. Thank you. Ivo, I don't know what you want to add.
Yeah, I see Ivo wants to add as well.
No,
Ivo?
well, thank you very much, David, for that, because I can only reiterate what David has said. I think looking forward to what we can expect in the coming year, we've had a lot of stakeholder interaction now in preparation of the VMP regulation. It would be a shame not to continue on that wherever we can. However, we need to prioritize what can we handle, and we need to provide some structure to it. Obviously, we will continue with the info days. There may be other topics where we need to look into and say, how can we further develop these areas? And I'm also thinking of how can we look at, for example, the big data strategy that we are trying to develop at the European level, the regulatory science strategy, and how can they support the regulatory innovation, which is intrinsically a part of the new regulation. So yeah, the floor from my part would be open to discuss those options within the regulatory framework and within a given structure that we have and that we would possibly need to expand a bit upon. Having said that, David mentioned the CVMP interested parties meeting, which had not been taking place. Honestly, I can't even remember that I was present at one, so it must have been for quite some time now.
Thank you very much, Ivo. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tony. I was going to ask what happened to your hand, but Ivo already answered your question. So that actually means, unless somebody just raised their hand, we don't have any additional questions. Well, I suggest, Tony, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Barbara. It's Tony Simon from Zoetis. I'd like to pick up a little bit on Frederick's question and also Ivo's very helpful and encouraging response. We've all been on a fairly busy journey over the last 18 months or so, as we've been working on the systems and new procedures and things. And when systems go live, there's typically a a period of hypercare. But it's very clear that it's also going to be the processes which are going to require that hypercare. And I've been sitting through the pharmacovigilance webinars, and the UPD webinars. And if you look in the chat, it's also very clear, despite the best efforts of the agency, the NCAs, and also the industry associations who've been actively communicating, that the level of understanding across the wide constituencies amongst larger, small, medium-sized and small NCAs is very, very variable. And I wonder what plans in place, especially if we're dealing with workarounds and pragmatic solutions, how we're going to get the message out to everybody who needs to hear that. Because things are going to move quite quickly if interim solutions or different processes are going to be needed from 1st of February next year. So I'm interested in how you see the rest of next year mapping out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Eva, I think you probably partially addressed it before already, but maybe you would like to respond again.
No, a fair question, but as I said, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We're going to open that the two channels, or whether it could be one channel, to provide the technical support and the business support. That will generate a lot of questions and that we will need to discuss, I think, with the other people that play a role in this, the NCAs, on how we can circumvent it. We are not in a position that we can control how the NCAs will do the workarounds at their level. We can have an open discussion, share best practices there, but it's not something that we can decide. What we are responsible for at this moment is to provide the best technical platform that we can provide, and to ensure that that works, and that the system as a whole can function. But I do recognize what you're saying, Tony, that if we cannot communicate, or if we cannot come to an agreement on a harmonized approach, that you will be confronted as an industry with different practices in different member states and different interpretations, also due to what may be local legal constraints. It's not an answer to your question, but I think it's work in progress, and we have to deal with it while we're moving through the system.
Yes, thank you very much, Ivo. And of course, it actually goes beyond EMA, Commission, and Cbnp, because many companies will be located in the member states. And it's certainly something people will be aware and try to address with specific help desks. With that, we're actually 2 minutes into your lunch break. I do not see any additional hands raised, and I suggest that I let you go for now. The meeting will continue at 2:00. You can stay connected if you wish. That way you will have access to the chat. But in the afternoon, some more specific questions on open issues that needed to be developed since March will be addressed. So it will be less general, but I trust very helpful for you to adapt your systems going forward. And with that, enjoy your lunch, and we'll meet again at 2:00. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jordi Torrent again from the European Medicines Agency. I hope that you had a pleasant break and lunch. So we are going to start the second session of the Info Day, a session where we are going to be talking about variations, pharmacovigilance, environmental risk assessment, and also the actions for the industry until January 2022. So to start with, I want to introduce my colleague, Catherine Griffin. Catherine started working at the Health Products Regulatory Authority in Ireland whilst completing a Master in Pharmaceutical Quality Assurance and Biotechnology in 2008. At the Irish agency, she was working on quality for human medicines, and since 2017, she has joined at the agency as a seconded national expert, where she's a scientific lead for veterinary procedures and is being heavily involved into the drafting of documents, including the list of variations not requiring assessment. So she's gonna be giving her presentation and hopefully answering some of the questions that were presented before. Catherine, all yours.
Thank you, Jordi, and good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for tuning in to us today. So next slide, please, Sylvia. So today I'm going to speak about variations requiring assessment and variations not requiring assessment. We'll start off with a brief background of how we got here, and then we'll dive into talking about the two separate types of variations. Next slide, please. So, brief background. As everyone knows, Article 60 to 68 specifies that there's now two types of variations requiring assessment and variations not requiring assessment. So how do we get a list of variations not requiring assessment? The European Commission tasked that to us, and what we did is we set up an expert group consisting of 5 experts from the network, and then we had 2 EMA representatives, including myself, and we were formed in 2019 and literally went through every single variation. I'm being told to slow down. Literally went through every single, I have a load of information to get through though, Jordi. But we went through every single variation to discuss whether we considered they would require assessment or not. We did that 3 times. It's great fun. And at the end, we developed advice for the Commission, which listed the variations we considered would not require a scientific assessment, as well as other points of advice we thought for them to take into consideration. The Commission then used this advice as the basis for the list of variations not requiring assessment that were included in the implementing regulation, which will come into effect next January. Next slide, please. So where did all the variations go? So all the type 1As are now variations not requiring assessment, as well as 16 type 1Bs. Everything else, and they're all included in the implementing regulation. Everything else, which are the 70 type 1B variations, all the type 2 variations, as well as a bonus feature of all the former extensions, are now variations requiring assessment. These have been included in the variations guidance, which is a joint document between the EMA and the CMDV, which I'll be speaking about later. Next slide, please. And so now we'll speak about variations not requiring assessment. Next slide, please. So the implementing regulation, which was published at the start of this year, divides the variations not requiring assessment into 4 main categories. One of the things to note about this is that while it looks like there's only 65 variations, in reality there's about 140 because of all the subunits underneath. So in the category B variations, which are changes to the quality, you have B3 variation, which is deletion of. But underneath the deletion of, it's actually A to V, so it's 22 variations underneath that. There's about 140 variations in total, and about 30 of those have an impact or have the potential to impact the PI, and that's significant, and we'll come to that later on. Next slide, please, Sylvia. So an example from the implementing regulation, so that you can see how it looks, is you have your variation and you have the requirements. So one of the things to remember about the requirements is that they include the conditions and the documents. If your variation doesn't meet the requirements, then it's not a variation requiring assessment. The other thing to know about the requirements is that they're top heavy. So you can see here at the B27, the change to in-process tests, the conditions that are listed in that line, they apply to both the B27A and the B27B. So if you're applying for addition of a new in-process test limit, you have to meet all the conditions that are in the line for B and all the documents in the line for B, as well as the top level ones. So that's just something to kind of bear in mind. That's how you read it. So they really should all be read together. Next slide, please. And so then, as I said, what happens if your change does not meet the requirements for a variation not requiring assessment? So if you don't meet the requirements, i.e. you don't meet the conditions or the documents, then your variation is not a variation requiring assessment. It is a variation that requires assessment. And as I said before, the variation guidance that we developed with the CMDV We have facilitated that, and what we have done is we have a category of Z variations where you can apply for this change as a variation requiring assessment. Next slide, please. And then what happens if the change isn't listed in either document? Well, in that scenario, we also have a procedure for that listed, that's detailed in the guidance. And what happens then is that we will assess the change and determine whether it is a variation requiring assessment or a variation requiring assessment. If it turns out that it's a VNRA, a variation not requiring assessment, then we will advise the Commission to add that to the implementing regulation. However, as an applicant, you will be unable to apply for that variation category as a VNRA until the implementing regulation is updated, and then consequently the UPD is updated. So until that time, when it is put into the correct place, you can apply for it as a Z variation, as a variation requiring assessment. Next slide, please. Other points to talk about today. I don't know if any of you were at the TOPR presentation where we were speaking about these points in September. At the time, a lot of them were unknown, but now we have the answers, and so we're delighted to share them with you. So under translations, for CAP products, submit all translations at the start with the initial submission in the UPD. So what this actually means is that if the variation gets rejected for any reason, or if there's a mistake, then that variation requiring assessment will not be approved. It'll have to be resubmitted. There's no opportunity with variations not requiring assessment to submit extra documentations during the procedure. Then the UPD itself. So the UPD that's being delivered in January is a feat of engineering. It's fantastic, but it is the minimal viable product. So we do have lots of plans for improvements for it. And until we do, we're asking a bit of patience, and we're also saying to utilise it in an intelligent way. So an example of that is, at the moment, we don't have a precise scope field in the UPD, but what we're asking is that there is a submissions field, and so we're asking that you would put in the precise scope in the comments field, in the submissions field, in the UPD, so that we know. That comments field is going to be used for an awful lot of stuff at the start, and that's fine because we're aware of that, and hopefully then as we go through UPD 2.0, 3.0, we'll be able to improve the functionalities as we see necessary. Another thing as well, what I was talking about earlier about the 30 variations that affect the PI in the variations not requiring assessment. So it's only variations that affect the PI that will be sent to the Commission for a Commission implementing decision. But we have clarified with the Commission that you will not need to wait for their implementing decision to actually implement your variation. So the variations requiring assessment are do and tell. You can make the change and then tell us, and not wait for any Commission implementing decision for these variations. Next slide, please. Now, I know that there's been a lot of questions about grouping, and we got some in the chat as well today. And I'm going to address them a bit further on as well when I talk about variations requiring assessment. But just on a high level here, grouping is allowed with variations not requiring assessment, but it's not allowed between the two different types of variations. So it's not allowed between variations not requiring and variations requiring assessment. Then, in relation to approval of these variations, so they'll be approved on the UPD. You will not receive a notification of approval. It'll be up to you to check the UPD to see the status of your variation not requiring assessment. But if the variation is being rejected, we will put the grounds for rejection into the comments field. So if a variation is rejected, you'll be able to see why and then resubmit with hopefully the correct documentation or the mistake corrected. Then implementation dates. This is another question, and it's kind of linked to grouping. Implementation dates, we would advise you to use the actual implementation date. We're saying now that it's a new process and we're all learning in it, and it's a big change to have to notify us of these changes within 30 days, and we appreciate that. So we will not be rejecting variations simply because they're outside the 30-day time frame. So put in the correct implementation date, because for the audit trail, etc., it's really important that that's all correct. And as well, I'm not a UPD expert, but there's been 2 or 3 webinars now at this point, I think, on the UPD, and they're all available on our website. So if you haven't looked at them already, I would encourage you to do that. Next slide, please. And so now we'll talk about the variations requiring assessment. So the variations guidance that I've been talking so much about. So this guidance has a very long title that I'm not going to read out, but it's a joint document between the EMA and the CMDV. It deals with the classification of variations not already listed, the general timetables that we're applying for these variations, and also explains the annex The annex being the list of variations requiring assessment, which lists the variations and also the documentation requirements. Next slide, please. So the annex is divided into 5 main categories, and you will notice that it's very similar to the current classification guidance. And that's on purpose, because the current classification guidance is well known, it's quite elegant, and it simplified our job a lot, having the variations already written out. The one new change here is the I variations, which are the changes of active substance, strength, pharmaceutical form, route of administration, or addition of food-producing target species. These are the former extensions. The other thing as well you might notice is that you might say, why are they starting at E? Why don't they start at A? And the reason we did that was to bring it in line with the implementing regulation. And we didn't want a situation where we'd have 2 B2s or 2 C3s variations, which is why we did this. Next slide, please, Sylvia. Thank you. So the categorization of the variations then in the annex. So as everyone knows, the legislation now states that an assessment report or an opinion shall be prepared within 60 days and a further 30 days allowed for more complex procedures. So the maximum amount of time being allotted to variations is 90 days. When we were discussing this at the early stages, the EMA and the CMDV were very much in agreement that there should be different timetables dependent on the complexity of the variation. Bearing in mind that there's now 70 former type 1Bs in variations requiring assessment, and we consider it to be punitive to have a 60-day timetable for those. So what we have proposed and what we've implemented is 3 different timetables based on the amount of time per assessment. So we have a reduced timetable or an OR timetable for 30 days, a standard timetable of 60 days, and an extended timetable of 90 days. Next slide, please. And so how does this new structure look? So this is an example from the annex of the guidance. And as you can see, it looks very similar to what we currently have in the classification guidance, except that obviously we don't have requirements anymore because we don't have specific 1B variations anymore. But we have our top level of the variation and then A, B, C, and then further levels as necessary. You'll see that we still have documentation specified. And just to note, for the C variations at the bottom here, where they've specified a lot of documents and they're on a reduced timetable, if you can't provide some of the documentation specified, then it's not going to run on a reduced timetable. It'll have to run on a standard timetable. So that's similar to what we do now with 1Bs in a way. Also, just to note, if the documentation tab is blank, that doesn't mean that there's nothing necessary. It just means that we haven't specified exactly what is necessary. So as per with the normal, as you do now, type 2 variations, please submit the relevant documentation. Thank you. Sylvia, the next slide, please. So the timetables again. So all variations have to be completed within 90 days. And one of the questions that we have been asked is, why have we not aligned the CAP, the MRDCP and the national procedural timetables? Well, it's because of the different procedures, the different steps afterwards that we have. So as I said, Article 66 specifies an opinion or an assessment report shall be prepared. For an opinion for us is something that has to be adopted by Cbnp. We have gotten legal clarification on all these points. And so because an opinion has to be adopted by Cbnp, we had to align our procedural timetables with Cbnp meetings to have these opinions adopted. And as such, there will be different procedural steps for variations requiring assessment in the centralised procedure. But we've tried to keep as much in common as we can. And a lot of the steps we have now are actually very similar to the steps with the current variations. Next slide, please. So we'll start off with the reduced timetable. So as I said, the timetables are really, because every variation could be 90 days. So the timetables are really about the amount of time for assessment. And in this instance, it's a reduced assessment. So it's 16 days for the RAP to produce the AR. And then the steps afterwards are very similar to as they are now for a type 1B variation. There is the opportunity for a clock stop, and there is a second phase, which is also allotted 30 days. Next slide, please. So the one change that is the big change between the current procedure for type 1Bs now and these 30-day variations requiring assessment is that at the moment you can submit a type 1B whenever you want on any day of the week, essentially. That will have to change because of the fact we have to now have an opinion for each of these variations, and so therefore it has to go to Cbnp. Initially we were thinking that would mean one submission date a month, but the workload for both you and us would be huge. So what we have is that we have a weekly submission date for 30-day variations not requiring assessment. The one thing that does say the same is that if your variation requiring assessment that's running on 30-day timetable has a linguistic review, that will still have to go to a Cbnp meeting. So there's 1 day a month for that specifically to be updated. So this is an example that I have here on the slide, but it's just for illustration purposes. I understand that the actual proper submission dates document is going to be published. I think it's ready. I think it's due to be published next week. So you'll have the actual dates next week, I think. Next slide, please. So that's the reduced timetables. Then onto the standard timetables, which are very much the same as the 60-day type 2 variations now. So you can see here that we have 30 days for assessment, 30 days for the rapporteur's AR, and then the same, very much the same steps as what we have now. A bit shorter for the co-rap critique and for EMA comments. There will be there's opportunity for a clock stop and the opportunity for a second phase. However, the second phase brings us up to day 89. And as we've already spoken about, these variations can only have a timetable of 90 days. So the big change here is that there will only be one opportunity for a request for supplementary information. There'll only be one list of questions. And then at day 89, there'll be a positive or a negative opinion. This is a change now. Like initially, I think that's what was thought of when back when we have our current classification guidance, that there'd be one list of questions. However, over time, additional lists have crept in. However, now we're reverting back to one list of questions only. We do know this is a change. We do know that there's difficulties in gathering information. We appreciate all of that, and we're going to make every effort to ensure that the questions that are asked are clear, concise, and say exactly what it is we're looking for. In turn, we're looking for really complete answers. As in, we have to become pragmatic about this. Like, we won't have time for big, long, drawn-out arguments over things. And we ask, there'll be patience needed on both sides. It's a learning curve for everyone, but we're going to do our best to try and make these run as smoothly as possible. Next, please. Next slide, please. Then, the extended timetables. So again, these are supposed to be done within 90 days. We have 39 days for assessment here, which doesn't seem like a whole pile, and it really isn't. But it's the best we could do and still have the steps for the co-rapporteur, for comments, for Cbnp input, etc. Then we have a second phase, which is 30 days. And that's very similar to the 30-day phase we have from day 181 to day 210 at the moment. Can we have the next slide, please? So, the extended timetables, variations requiring assessment. These consist of I variations and non-I variations. We've broken them into two distinct groups. The I variations are the variations which are the former extensions, and they are changes to the active substance, strength, pharmaceutical form, route of admin, or addition of a food-producing target species. The non-I variations are very similar, are the safety and efficacy variations that would be a 90-day type 2 variation now, and they include changes to the indication, addition of a non-food producing species, variations requiring submission of clinical, non-clinical or BE studies, variations to change the serotype, and finally replacement of a strain for a vaccine against equine influenza. Next slide, please. So the timetable for those variations is extended because they need more assessment time. They are complex variations, and we understand this. We also understand that oftentimes one list of questions may not be sufficient. So we are trying to facilitate that because we are also concerned that we would not get a meaningful assessment within 90 days, and we would fear that would lead to a rise in the number of negative opinions. As such, we have agreed that certain things for E variations, which, as I said, are divided into non-I variations and I variations. So grouping. Non-I variations can be grouped with other non-I variations and standard and reduced timetable variations. However, I variations, the former extensions, we're advising they should only be grouped with I variations. The simple reason is we will not have time to assess the other changes, and instead we are asking that those changes be submitted as a pre-submission variation. So for example, if you're adding a new pharmaceutical form, but you also have changes to the ASMF, we ask that you submit the variation to update the ASMF before, and hopefully get it approved, before you submit the I variation for your new pharmaceutical form. There just won't be enough time to assess them all together. The next thing is the assessment report. So for the non-I variations, we're going to utilise the current variations assessment report, which is what we're all familiar with. It's very similar. And for the I variations, we're going to utilise the initial AR and then the SO and LOQ. We're still going to keep that system. And I should also have put it in, and I realised it today, in relation to the application forms. For non-I variations, you can use the normal variations application form, but for I variations going forward at the moment, they're going to utilise the form for initials because we feel we need the extra information about those ones. Then for timetables. So for non-I variations, we are going to introduce what we have calling the rollback of the clock. So that would be at day 88 or day 89, where we consider that we have not received satisfactory answers. We are going to roll the clock back into clock stop at day 60 to facilitate getting satisfactory answers to the questions. We may have additional questions at that time also. For non-I variations, this will be allowed in exceptional circumstances. And this is instances where, you know, it'd be a risk to the patients if this product wasn't on the market, or if this is the only product on the market. Then for I variations, we are anticipating that we will have at least one rollback of the clock, and we will facilitate that because we understand that these would have a lot more questions than a normal 30-day variation, and so we are facilitating that with this rollback mechanism. Can we have the next slide, please? Other things to note about the variations requiring assessment, and this is the big question I know people have been asking about grouping. Grouping isn't possible between variations not requiring assessment and variations requiring assessment. So for centrally authorised procedures, we consider that it's best not to submit a linked or consequential VNRA until approval of the VRA. The reasons are some of the ones I've already outlined. It's because every variation requires an opinion, and as it requires an opinion, it'll also require a commission decision. So when you get your response from us about the variation, whether it's positive or negative opinion, then it has to go to the commission for the commission decision, which can take up to 60 days. And you will not be able to implement your variation requiring assessment until the commission decision has been issued. So that, with the possibility, when you think about how long a variation could last, if we were to group everything together and if we were to submit consequential or if you were to submit a consequential variation not requiring assessment at the same time as your variation requiring assessment, that variation would languish on hold while we're waiting for the variation requiring assessment to go through. So you could be talking about like 6, 9, a year, you know? It's a very long time. And in that space of time as well, the information in your variation may have changed slightly, and the variation not requiring assessment may not have the relevant documentation anymore. And as such, we are advising that you do not submit them at the same time and that you wait until the variation requiring assessment has been approved. Now, saying that, we have facilitated it. If you do want to do it, the facility is there, but we are advising against it. We also got a question, which I'll just answer now because I'm talking about it. We got a question in writing before today, and it was about whether you can actually apply for variations not requiring assessment with a variation requiring assessment in the application form. And yes, you can. You can apply for it as a Z variation in the application form, but I don't know what the consequence for fees is for that. But technically, yes, you can, of course, push the consequential changes into one application and submit everything together as a mixture of a Z variation and the other categories. I think I've actually covered everything on this. So I think that's the end of my presentation. So thanks very much. And I hope that you got some value out of that. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to take them now or whenever Jordi says we're supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I think it will be good to take now the questions on the variations because it's also a very specific subject. And thank you for your passionate presentation. You might want to know that we have the chat on fire right now, so there are quite a few questions. But I would like to just encourage colleagues who have put questions maybe to raise it now and to put their hand up and present the question that they put on the chat, unless we have already answered those on the chat. Thank you. Kat Sterling, thank you very much.
Hi, thank you. Just a quick one, hopefully. So the guidance that Catherine was talking about towards the end about the I classification variations and the need to use different application forms for them and different specifics around grouping or the ability to group them. I note that information is not currently in the draft BPGs. So will EMA CMDV issue some separate guidance on that? Because that's important information for us to be aware of when we're considering these.
Thanks very much for the question. So the best practice guidance or CMDV guidance, and that applies to MRDCP procedures only, not to CAP products. Sorry, I'm told to slow down again. We are currently in the process of finalising our Q&As for the website, and that's where we will have all this information is on the website, on the Q&As, and obviously through presentations like today. But we will not be issuing a similar best practice guidance. And again, I reiterate, because I see a few of the questions are mentioning the best practice guidance. That's for MRDCP procedures, and we have had to deviate a bit from those procedures, unfortunately. Thank you.
So does that mean, Catherine, just as a quick follow-up, and it's maybe not for you then, that if it was, say, an I variation on an MRP DCP product, then the situation might be different? If that's the case, I think it's something CMDV will need to address also, so applicants got clarity.
The situation you mean being the use of the application form, or?
Well, for example, yes, the use of the application form or the guidance you've just given around grouping of variations, but you might have to do some in advance of the I variation, for example.
Okay, well, the application form is the grouping. I think they're going to be a similar line to us, but you'll have to check. But the application form is a common application form regardless of how the product was authorised. So you will be using the initial application form for I variations as well. So that's a common application form. But as for the best practice guidance on their grouping, whether they're going to allow to group the example I gave with the ASMF changes, I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't answer that. But we are encouraging not to.
Thank you, Kat, and thank you, Catherine. Do we have any other hand up? So no one else wants to ask any of the questions. I've seen some of the colleagues internally who have been looking at the questions. I don't know if they want to address any of the questions that we had in writing, or we shall move on into the presentation on pharmacovigilance. We have a question from Dario Fiorenza. What if a variation not requiring assessment is notified after 30 days from implementation?
Thanks very much for that question. It's really relevant. As I've said, this is a new process for everyone, and we will not be rejecting on the basis of the implementation date being outside the 30 days. That was agreed very early on. So the implementation date, put the true implementation date down. It won't be rejected solely on an implementation date that's 31 days or 60 days or 90 days. If it's 3 years, we might have to have a bit of a discussion, but it won't be rejected based on based on the implementation date. Thank you.
Okay, so no one else has its hand up. So then we shall move on. Thank you very much again, Catherine, for the presentation. And let's move on then into the next presentation. The next speaker is my good friend Joe Stollars. He's now permanent Head of Veterinary Risk and Surveillance Service here at the agency. Josh is a veterinarian who holds a master's degree in statistics. He started as an equine veterinary practitioner and then moved on to the university for a few years and then into the Belgian Ministry of Health. And then he joined in 1999. So it's already a few years since Josh has been at the agency. And I think that most of you will know him as one of the forefront faces of pharmacovigilance of veterinary medicinal products. So, Josh, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Permanent is so definite. And I think I've got my presentation for about 15 minutes. So, Catherine, if you want to come back on one of the questions, or anybody else after, I think the session was foreseen to address questions on variations as well as pharmacovigilance. So next slide. So the state where we are currently is that we have, and that was mentioned in several presentations, I think earlier today, and concerns have been raised. So let me try with this presentation to be a bit more complementary as well. I hope I can answer and give some feedback on some of the concerns that were voiced earlier. So we have the regulation, of course, Commission implementing regulation on good vigilance practices was published in August. And then we were able to finish our guidelines at the last Cbnp and CMDV. They adopted the 6 different modules that are now can be found on our website, and the URL is there. I'm sure some of you have been going through them already, and they are all published, and they are really the basis for pharmacovigilance for the foreseeable future. Next slide. One of the red lines also this morning was the importance of the database systems, that they have to be ready, that they will really define how easy the process will take place. I think we also heard that the full functionality of all those systems are not expected to be ready in January, most likely through the next few years with improvements. That applies also for the ones for which we need, and they're equally important for us. So that is the product database, of course, where we have, first of all, the products and the information on the QPPV and the PSMF reference. The Union Pharmacovigilance Database is referenced with that name in the legislation, but most of us know it as EudraVigilance, that holds the adverse event reports and also the data warehouse that will be used to analyze the data. And then the single management module, reporting module, that will allow you to send your signals and to send your annual statements, or to circulate any alerts, and I'll come to the annual statements a little bit later. So just to say that these are the systems that are very crucial to us, and they will define how we're going to work and how good we're going to work. Next slide, please. So in terms of where we are, trainings have been started on even before it was published, on the guideline on adverse event collection recording. We had one on the 10th of November with very good participation. Similarly, on the first one on signal management, we had one on 23rd and 24th, particularly on signal analysis. And we will have another one in January on signal management, focused on how to submit the yearly statements and how to submit the signal submission. We're also waiting for the first release of that reporting module, so that we will be able to show you how to do it. And then the first training on issues related to the inspections and the PSMF, the Pharmacovigilance Master File, that's scheduled in next week, 8th of December. Next slide. So let me focus a little bit on signal management, because this is the one that is really the change in pharmacovigilance, if you like, compared to the current PSUR-based system. And let me highlight the key messages there. So signal management is a continuous process throughout the product lifecycle. What do we really mean with continuous? Continuous should be read here as being, it's data-driven. So it's not time-driven, and data-driven in the sense that whenever you have any relevant information coming in, so new adverse events with elements that are not yet on the SPC, and that's also highlighted in the guideline, that's when you really start your signal management. That's when you act. That's when you have the work done. If you don't have any new data coming in, or you have already you're reviewing data that you're very familiar with, that's already on the SPC, that should not create the work. So it's a continuous process. You don't know when it comes in. So it also means that whenever you have the data coming in, you'll do the work, and you at the same time can directly submit the signals whenever they have been analyzed. It's a risk-based approach, because we realize very much that signal management, also from the human side, purely signal management, if you use the statistical tools, have a lot of false positives. So you have to apply some kind of risk-based approach. And again, in the guidelines, there are several ways that we are being proposed on how to come up with this, with such an approach, also using what we have named a list of medically important terms that should always be prioritized. Now, the risk-based approach is not only for marketing authorization holders to apply. We gonna, as regulators, apply similarly the same approach on to identify which are really the risk-based products, the products that should have the priority on a yearly basis to review and to follow up on. Then third one is flexibility and sound scientific and clinical judgment should always be applied. That's a term that's coming from that part of the sentence comes from the guideline. What it means again is that actually it's not very different than what you're currently already doing. So at the end of the day, whenever you're reviewing your adverse event and your new data, you have new tools available. You can go in the data warehouse. You can hopefully have a much better way of reviewing the data over the whole life cycle of your product. But once you have identified a signal, you will end up reading the narratives of the data that you think are of good quality, and then you will use your clinical judgment to see if there's, for example, a need for a change in the SPC. So in that sense, yes, signal management, but it's not providing you, it's not a secret tool that will change your current life or so much more. It's very much the clinical judgment is key here, and the flexibility and is also key. Flexibility means that at the end of the day, a lot of trust is relied in the system, trust on the continuous assessment by market authorization holders. At the same time, you are expected to record everything you really are doing in terms of signal management. You have the tools available to submit the signals, and that's then also whenever, also on a risk-based approach, inspections can take place to evaluate whether the companies are following the approaches as outlined in the guidelines and in the legislation. Next slide, please. So coming to the annual submission statement, because that's where a lot of concerns are raised, because why is this every year, and can this turn into a kind of a PSUR type submission? So we're not doing this. What we are setting up is it should be a very simple tick exercise for you to decide on a yearly basis for each product. That's what the legislation requires, to identify, to confirm with one click whether your benefit risk balance still remains unchanged. If, on the other hand, there is, for example, a variation ongoing where you have identified the change to the SPC, you should click the other option there, which is the procedure is ongoing concerning the benefit risk assessment. And then the other statement that should be crossed is to confirm that the signal management process has been conducted in compliance with the guidelines and that all the assessed signals have been submitted. So again, and that's in the guidelines and it comes out in the trainings as well, throughout the year, you can submit your signals. It's not a process where you have to wait till your due date. Your due date is really set to make sure that you are submitting your annual statements. So for us as regulators to ensure and to be confident that companies are following and doing their basics pharmacovigilance tasks. On the due dates, which is the next slide, I know there have been many, next slide please, there have been many questions. When will we be releasing the due dates? So when is the first actions are expected by the companies to submit the data? So we have agreed at the last Pharmacovigilance Working Party, and it was already communicated at one of the consultation with the stakeholders, is the due dates are going to be based off ATC vet codes. But we have considered that for the first half year, we have identified a number of CAPS products only, so centrally authorized products, for which we will be expecting the statements, the yearly statements coming in. So that will be published very soon, and we will actually send individual letters to the QPPVs of those centrally authorized products to identify for them the expected due date in the first half of next year. Now, starting in February. For all the other products, we are waiting a little bit. We are going to see how the systems are, when the systems are up and running. We will communicate further for the second half of the year on the other due dates. We will be publishing them fairly soon as well. But okay, so the first due dates and there will be individual letters to the QPPV will be related to the non-centrally centrally authorized products, specific ones, so not all of them. And it will be published soon, in the coming days, normally. Next slide. So one other element that is fairly new to many of you probably is that as part of the task force, there has been an initiative, and there's a call for experts now was circulated to the different member states. So there's an initiative to set up a subgroup, an operational subgroup under the Pharmacovigilance Working Party of about, we don't know yet, but about 10 max, hopefully, experts whose main task would be to review on a daily basis the information in EUDR and to establish on a risk-based approach the regulatory overview. So to also review the information that is coming in on the signals submitted by the market authorization holders. So the real goal of this pilot group is to ensure, first of all, a consistent approach of signal management across centrally authorized products and non-caps. Non-caps for which it will be the first time that they will be in the process. For caps, we're doing signal management already quite a number of years. To ensure a risk-based approach, again, a significant and a consistent risk-based approach. And it will be a transparent process where we have foreseen after the first year and after the second year, we will be measuring all the efforts. So we will be measuring what we call the administrative burden and see how efficient we were. And then after that 2 year of pilot exercise to see, is this the right way forward? Is this the best way of implementing this piece of legislation? Or can we improve it? What resources are really necessary to ensure public and animal health follow-up. So that's what is taking place for the moment, and we hopefully will start this expert group operating early on, end of January, hopefully. So the call for experts is currently taking place to the member states. Next slide. Yeah, I think this is a slide that goes well with lots that was said also earlier in the morning, where the foundations of many of what we have also in pharmacovigilance is there. The skeleton is there. The fitting of the house still needs to take place. We have a lot of people working on it. These are the Amish, so our religion is pharmacovigilance, of course. The technical room with our database systems, you cannot see it, but it's also being built and being worked on. In one way, it gives us still a lot of flexibility, which we need because it's a new system, and we definitely want to work all together. And that was, I'm just repeating what many people have said, and we're doing that also in pharmacovigilance with our stakeholders meetings. We're trying to come up with a system that works for all of us in an efficient way. Next slide. So lastly, in terms of signal management, so we have the analysis part for which we had already one training. We have the procedural part, which we're still developing the procedures, probably also with this new group very central. But we haven't forgotten about the publication part, because part of our stakeholders being present today, we really know, and it's not coming out so much in our guidelines yet, because the guidelines are really focused on requirements for companies. But we know that one of our real objectives is to make sure that what we communicate to the veterinarians is more in a modern and a way that we engage veterinarians much more than we have done, because they are really the initiators of the data. They define how good our data is and how good we get to know the information in post-authorization. So that is still on our list, and we have planned that in our work plan for next year to start with focus groups with veterinarians in practice. Next slide. So that's my last slide, I think. Next slide, please. Just to say that maybe is not coming out so much in the guidelines, but it's definitely a requirement that is in legislation that we have to be very transparent also on the outcomes of signal management. So all new signals will be readily available, will be published, but it's the way of how we're going to publish them. That's where we still need to make the difference so that we reach the actual veterinarians. Because admittedly, this is really currently not taking place as it should. And just to say that's definitely one of the objectives that we also have within pharmacovigilance. And that's my last slide, I think, within my 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. I think we all noticed your reference to pharmacovigilance as a religion. I'm not going to go much deeper into this point, but it was a very interesting presentation. So we have some questions also into the chat. They've been a bit mixed up with the questions on the variations, but it's okay. I think colleagues will be able to differentiate those. So I will ask you to put your hand up if you've written a question on the chat, because I think it's better for all of us to understand which is the question if you present it directly. So please don't be shy. We have 15 minutes, thanks to Josh. So please, if you want to put your hand up, you can present the question that you put in writing. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, thank you for the presentation, Josh. I think my question was indeed in between both the variations requiring and not requiring assessment, as well as the new PV legislation. So actually, what we have realized is that for those changes to the leaflet and artwork that will be consequential to signal detection, there would be a challenge for industry to implement those from a manufacturing point of view. So to be specific, right now, we have PSURs that are as short as every 6 months. So we have an assessment every 6 months to 1 year, 3 years. And then after that assessment, we may be required to make changes to the leaflet or any other piece of artwork. So indeed, there is some gap for those changes to be implemented in the manufacturing setting and therefore in the logistic chain. As now there would be a continuous signal detection, we need to understand, but still there would be need for submitting those variations and implement those into the artwork. That would be quite challenging in terms of expectation for implementation of those changes, as that is going to happen in a much more continuous basis. As you could imagine, it will be very challenging to be implementing new artwork every X months. So hopefully for well-established products that would not happen so frequently, but for new products where indeed the number of cases and the frequency may vary as a higher number of animals is exposed, that could happen in a quite frequent basis during the first years of commercialization. So we would like to understand indeed which is going to be the expectation for implementation, if there's going to be any grace period around it. And I think Emily Drury mentioned that, and I think it was probably combined response, but that there could be 6 months implementation time for variations requiring assessment after the EC decision, but for safety-related variations, a shorter timeline could be specified. So I would like to better understand which is that expectation in timeline for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure. Of course, I'm thinking you're talking not only about pharmacovigilance variations. So I need help of Catherine on answering this question. I learned from your presentation, Catherine, that it is foreseen, it is possible to submit VNRAs and NRAs probably together as a Z variation, if I listened well to you. Can you help me with the question on, let's say, I think it is foreseen, of course, in pharmacovigilance that simple variations, for example, a local reaction that needs to be going into the SPC that doesn't really require much of an assessment will be treated as an VNRA. It is also foreseen, and we're looking into this still, that there will be situations where certain issues, certain signals coming through pharmacovigilance will require assessment. So again, from the presentation from Catherine, we are still looking into this. It's a new process, signal detection, but we are foreseeing that not all variations that are coming out of signals that are coming out of pharmacovigilance will be VNRA. Some of them will be requiring assessment. But can you help me, please, Catherine, on how do you see it in terms of implementation date and timelines?
Thanks, Joss. What Emily said is correct, and what everything that Joss has said is correct. So they can be submitted together as a variation requiring assessment, and you can make use of the Z categories to submit the variations not requiring assessment and part of that. The implementation, as I've said, we are willing to work on this. The 30 days for the variations not requiring assessment, we've already said that we're not going to be penalising on that. We understand this is a very the timelines issue is a current one as well. It's not specific to the new legislation. So we are willing to continue with what the processes we have now. We're not 6 months for implementation of a type 2 variation is the standard, and we're going to go with that for variations requiring assessment as well. I think that should answer the question, but we're not anticipating massive changes in these sort of timelines, and we are very much willing and want to work with you on this. Thanks.
No, thank you. I think, this will probably need further discussion, but I think indeed it depends if the text has already been pre-agreed or not during the assessment of those signal detection, and then if translations would be required or not. As for caps, then that would require probably to be a variation requiring assessment. So probably if we have that 6 months grace period, that is manageable for a single change. I think the challenge is going to happen when, again, for new products where PV is still quite active, because we are increasing the number of animals that are exposed to this product for the first time. We'll be getting on a continuous basis new signals that may require updates to the SPC. That's going to be challenging if then those 6 months start overlapping, because indeed it would be quite challenging to manage versions of leaflets on the market and also at the manufacturing site. So again, this can probably be further discussed, but we wanted to raise this topic for awareness.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica. So, are there any other questions? I don't see any hand up. Kat Sterling, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, Jordi. Me again. Just a kind of a follow-up question related to that. I just partly answered it. So, you said that some variations as a result, some changes as a result of signal detection of the SPPs, some would be classified as variations requiring assessment and some not. So the question really is, can we expect some sort of guidance or Q&A on this, or are we going to have to seek agreement, or is it going to be the case that if something is requested to change as a result of signal detection, the agency or the competent authorities would tell us if we were able to do it as a VNRA or whether you would require a VRA? Because I think that will be important for us to understand from a planning point of view, to know when some changes would require assessment, when wouldn't.
Okay, thanks for the question. You were breaking up slightly, so I think I got the majority of it. No, that's okay. I think I got the majority of it. So what you're saying is, okay, so it could be that the changes could consequentially be VNRA or VRA together, and you're saying you'd have the both. Was that clear? Is that what you're asking?
No. Is it a little clearer now, Catherine?
Yes, yeah, it's better.
Yeah. So the question is, so Joss said that changes as a result of signal detection, required changes, some may be required to submit as variations not requiring assessment, while others may require assessment for the SPC updates. So the question is, how will the applicant know? Are you going to issue some Q&A that would help guide us to know? Or will it be the case that when a change is requested as a result of signal detection, the agency or the competent authority would tell us if they require that change to be a VNRA or a VRA?
Okay, thanks. That's clear. There's no plans for guidance on that at the moment, not that I'm aware of. It's a very specific incident. It's a very specific case. So we can definitely look into trying to answer that better for you. However, in the meantime, what we would advise is that you use, common sense and also the means that are available to you. Like we've said already, that you can submit a VNRA with a VRA if you want to apply for them in the application form, or you can wait and do them as a consequential change. So technically, if you had changes that need to be made that were VRAs, you've 6 months implementation after the VRA, and during that time you can submit your VNRA, which will only take 30 days. So the options are there for you. Or as I said, you can put them in as Z variations, but I don't know what the implication on fees is that is. So it's a new learning process for us as well. And if we're coming across a lot of these kind of questions, we certainly will look into having a guidance or updating our Q&As on the website, etc. But at the moment, I don't think there's any plans for it. But I hope that's kind of provided clarity. So we're all going to learn together on this, I think. And we'll do our best. But obviously, there's nothing stopping any applicant coming to the competent authority or coming to us and asking us for advice, or even during the procedure, the assessment procedure, asking the rapporteurs what way do they want them to be submitted after the procedure has ended, after the PSUR procedure has ended. So I hope that provides some clarity. Thanks.
Sort of. It definitely sounds like when there is the signal detection process is happening, if a change is requested, it will be important that there's agreement between the agency or the RMS, for example, and the applicant as to what the mechanism will be for submitting that change once that signal detection assessment process is completed, whether it's a variation that requires assessment or not, because it makes a difference practically from a planning point of view. But as you say, it sounds like it's something we'll need to continue to discuss between applicants and the agencies.
Can I come in with some? I mean, admittedly, yes, we haven't discussed much of this yet, but one thought process that we have discussed is, if it turns out, I mean, I've highlighted this as a continuous process, so it is expected the responsibility lies with the companies. You have the expertise on your own products. If you come to the agency or to the member states and you come with an assessment, and we call it the 30-day submission. So you have identified the signal, you've done your complete assessment, you come with a clear proposal for an SPC change, then there's not much of assessment probably needed from our side. If it turns out that in practice, many companies will actually wait to do this and will leave the assessment for the regulators, for this regulators group to be doing this, then what some people were saying, then actually this should be paid for. So I don't know, just want to highlight to you this type of thinking that has been going, that we have discussed as well. So yes, we're working on it, and maybe we have some further guidance on this as well. Thank you.
Okay then. So it's 1 minute to 15:00. Shall we have a 5 minutes break, a very short break, and then we will restart with environmental risk assessment. So we restart at 15:05. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. There was a short break. So the next presentation is going to be on environmental risk assessment for generics. And it's going to be a dual presentation from my colleagues, Christina Patterson and Michael Ample. I'm going to introduce both at the same time. So Christina Patterson is a scientific administrator on the regulatory service. Christina joined the agency in 2009, and then she worked intensively on referrals. Many of you will know her from letters you have received from her on referrals. And she's the team leader on it since for a while now. And she's also working in regulatory affairs in general. Christina holds an MSc degree in biochemistry from the Heinrich Heine University in Düsseldorf. The second colleague who's going to give the presentation is Michael Ample. Michael is of the speakers, the one that joined the agency for a shorter period of time, but he has made good use of his time at the agency. Michael is a veterinarian, and he holds a doctorate in veterinary medicine and a PhD in toxicology. He's worked in the Institute for Food Toxicology of the University of Veterinary Medicine in Hanover, and he also worked for a while at the Fraunhofer Institute for Toxicology and Experimental Medicine. Michael currently provides support to the agency on the soon-to-be reinitiated 3 hours working group, and also to the Cbnp environmental risk assessment, as well as helps with the maximum residue limits. So, Christina, the floor, Michael goes first. Okay, so Michael, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Jordi. And on behalf of my colleague Christina, I'd like to welcome you on today's talk on environmental risk assessment and the changes that are going to be applicable once the new regulation comes into force. And today's talk is ordered as follows. I'll give you first a short overview or summary of current and future dossier requirements regarding environmental risk assessment, or ERA, and then my colleague Christina will take over and present you the approach taken by Cbnp regarding the interpretation of Article 18.7 and the future of environmental risk assessment for generics. Next slide, please. So before I go into dossier requirements, I'd like to just give you a very short summary of environmental risk assessment requirements for veterinary medicinal products, or VMPs, at least those that don't contain GMOs. And both the currently applicable directive as well as the new regulation state that the ERA for VMPs shall be always conducted in 2 phases. And phase 1, which pertains to the exposure assessment, is the phase that shall always be performed in accordance with VACH Guideline 6, which is the applicable guidance in that case. And should a risk be identified in the frame of that assessment, then only a phase 2, a FATE or ecotoxicological effects assessment, shall be carried out in accordance with VACH Guideline 38 and other applicable Cbnp guidance. Next slide, please. So what are the current dossier requirements for initial marketing authorization applications? So products that are going to be serving as reference products for generics. So in Article 12, paragraph 3J, the current directive states that apart from an administrative part, a dossier submitted for applications shall always contain a quality file, a safety file, and an efficacy file. And explicitly mentions that also an environmental risk assessment shall be submitted. Next slide, please. This is not, for generics, it's not much different. There in Annex 1 of said directive, it's stated that in addition to parts 1, so the administrative part, and part 2, the application shall always contain an environmental risk assessment. And considering that the environmental risk assessment is actually part of the safety file, it has to be stated that generally, although generics are exempt from submitting part 3s and 4 of the dossier, an ERA is still always mandatory and still has always to be provided. So this is considered to be a repetitive provision and also leading to a repetitive assessment in case a product is applied for containing the same substance or the same type of product. Next slide, please. So what will change within the new veterinary medicines regulation? So before going into the specific provisions, I'd just like to state that in the recitals, in contrast to the directive, the new regulation actually states very clearly that all new applications should contain an environmental risk assessment and that it should be mandatory. However, it also acknowledges that generics should be subject to reduced data requirements and that certain particulars and documents, presumably also the environmental risk assessment, should not be required for generic medicinal products. Next slide, please. That being said, in Recital 35, it is still said that should there be evidence that a generic VMP could be or is a hazard to the environment, then it would be appropriate to require an environmental risk assessment. Next slide, please. So in practice, the relevant article for generics is Article 18 in the new regulation, and there it's clearly stated that, as before, a generic dossier should not contain the safety and efficacy parts of an initial dossier in case that the three following conditions are met. First, that the reference product as well as the generic are bioequivalent. Second, that requirements as set out in Annex 2 are fulfilled. I'll get to that in a minute. And then that the period of protection of the technical documentation has elapsed. Next slide, please. So what exactly is said in Annex 2 regarding generics? So all applications based on Article 18, so generic applications, shall, and there is no change to the previous legal framework, shall contain parts 1, so the administrative part, and part 2. However, and this is now important because this is the major change, an environmental risk assessment shall only be provided in case it is mandated by Article 18.7. And again, as I just said, this is a significant change from the previous situation, meaning that an environmental risk assessment need only be provided in certain cases. Next slide, please. So what does Article 18.7 actually exactly say? So here is a screenshot of that article in the regulation, and it states that the competent authority or the agency may actually require a generic applicant to provide environmental safety data in case the reference veterinary medicinal product was authorized before 1st October 2005. And I'd like to point your attention, Sylvia, can you click once, please? I'd like to point your attention on those two words, the may require, here, because that leaves room for interpretation. Next slide, please. And this is why the Cbnp decided to develop a reflection paper to ensure a clear and consistent application of that article across the European Union. And the aim here was to elaborate an approach or certain criteria on when the agency or a national competent authority can actually request ERA data when they receive a marketing authorization for generic VMP. And to that effect, the Cbnp has published a draft reflection paper, which is currently released for public consultation until mid-December. And as already mentioned by Dr. Murphy this morning, the tentative finalization date and publication date of that reflection paper would be the end or within Q1 2022. And with that, I'd like to pass the floor to my colleague Christina, who will give you more details on the approach taken by Cbnp. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And Sylvia, could you please give me the next slide? Thank you. Okay, so as Michael already stated, what's important to notice in Article 18.7 that it is a so-called may provision, and it does not provide for an obligation for competent authorities to request generic applicants to provide error data. And therefore, the Cbnp has outlined in the draft reflection paper that from their perspective, error should be required from generic applicants only on an exceptional basis. This should not be the regular case. Another major point to acknowledge is that according to Article 18.7, only generic applications which cite a reference product that has been authorized before the 1st of October 2005 are concerned. And it has not been stated in the regulation itself, but this is the date which marks the coming into force of VACH Guideline 38. So this is the Phase 2 ERA guideline, as Michael described earlier. Therefore, by default, error data should not be requested from generic applicants in case the reference product, which is cited by the application, has been authorized before this date. And then the general principle of the draft reflection paper is that an ERA should only be requested by the competent authorities in case such an ERA, according to VACH Guideline 38, has not been performed for the same active substance and the same exposure level in the European Union before. And Sylvia, if you can please give me the next slide. This is a diagram which gives you the flow chart of how we would approach that, or what the proposed principles in the draft reflection paper are. So as we stated, the first issue to consider is when the reference product has been authorized, and if it has been after the 1st of October 2005, then no error will be requested from the new generic applicant. If the reference product is older and has been authorized before the entry into force of VACH Guideline 38, then we move on to the next step, and we have one more consideration here, which is whether the product would normally stop the ERA assessment at phase 1. And what's important to point out here is that what we propose is not to formally submit phase 1 errors anymore for generic applications, but the same approach should still be followed, where the decision tree in VACH Guideline 6 should be run through. And if the outcome of this decision tree is that the product should stop the ERA in phase 1, then again, no error data will be requested from the generic applicant. If the decision tree or the outcome of the phase 1 error, even though it's not formally provided and drafted and assessed, is that the product should move on to phase 2 assessment, then the next question to consider is whether an error according to VACH Guideline 38 is available for the same active substance and exposure level. And here the reflection paper mentions two possibilities. The first one is that it might be possible that even though the reference product has been authorized before the 1st of October 2005, still VACH Guideline 38 compliant error dossier has been provided since then, for whatever reason. One option could be that the product has been part of a referral procedure, or that competent authorities have requested the provision of such an ERA in the framework of any post-authorization procedure, for example, a renewal or an extension. So, as I said, even though the reference product has been authorized a while ago, it may still be possible that a VACH Guideline 38 compliant error is available. This can be checked in the public assessment report that has been prepared for the reference product if one is available. And if not, generic applicants can consult with the competent authority which has granted the authorization for the reference product. And the second option would be to consult the Union product database and to check whether a veterinary medicinal product containing the same active substance has been authorized after the 1st of October 2005, which is indicated for use in the same target species and for the same indication and for the same maximum total dose. And in this case, it is considered that an ERA according to VACH Guideline 38 has been provided and has been assessed and found to be adequate. And therefore, based on the principle of mutual trust between competent authorities, the authority which is receiving the new application for the generic should acknowledge the outcome of this previous assessment by another competent authority and not request the generic applicant to provide ERA data in their dossier. And if all of those possibilities have been exhausted and it has been discovered that no VACH Guideline 38 compliant error is available for the same active substance and the same exposure level in the European Union, this is the only case when such data should be provided by the generic applicant in their dossier. Next slide, please. Thank you. And there is one more aspect to consider, apart from the provision of the actual error data in the application, and this is the impact on the product information and on the respective environmental warnings. So here the Cbnp considered that Article 18.6 should be followed, which states that the SPC of the generic product shall be essentially similar to that of the reference medicinal product. This means that if the reference product is older and has not provided an error based on the requirements at the time, and therefore doesn't contain any environmental warnings in the product information, then the generic applicant should follow that product information without the environmental warnings, and that the lack of these warnings in the proposed generic product information should not be a reason for the competent authority to request the applicant to conduct error studies. It should be noted, however, that in the cases where environmental information is available in the public domain, for example, in scientific literature, and can be considered as what we call current scientific knowledge, the competent authority could still request the generic applicant to include this information in the PI for the sake of environmental protection. And later on, as a separate step, the same update can be requested of the marketing authorization holder of the reference product, which would be in accordance with Article 130, paragraph 3A, which gives competent authorities the right to request marketing authorization holders to keep their product information in line with the so-called current scientific knowledge. And lastly, if a serious environmental concern has been identified, it would, of course, not apply only to the generic product. It would also apply to the reference product. And therefore, the Cbnp considered that the most appropriate mechanism to address this concern would be to trigger a union interest referral procedure, and which would capture the reference product and the new generic application and probably any other generic of the same reference product. And then the environmental risk can be assessed for all of them at the same time. The next slide, please, which would be the last one. Here you have the link for the public consultation, which Michael already mentioned. You can find there the draft reflection paper, and you can provide any comments that you might have, and we'll be happy to receive them. Thank you very much, and we'll be happy to address any questions either now or during the Q&A session later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine and Michael. I think we've done quite well with the time, so we have some time for questions. So I can see a question on the chat. I don't know if other colleagues have more questions. Please put your hand up. Seems that it has not generated as much excitement as variations, but we have one hand up. Please proceed. I'm trying to.
Thank you, David John at Animal Health Europe.
Please, David, go ahead.
I'd just like to comment, and I think I'm actually with the presentation. It's nice to see when we're talking about this risk mitigation measures not present on the originator, the reference product, but there's public literature available indicating it might be necessary. I was much happier to see in the presentation it said published literature, scientific knowledge, whereas actually the draft reflection paper out for comment at the moment just says public information, which brings in a much wider and less reliable framework of information. So I think, from an industry side, we would much rather that in the reflection paper, it also said, published scientific literature.
Christina?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for that comment. It's very valid, and this is actually one of the discussions we had when we were preparing this presentation. So we will update the text in the reflection paper, but also feel free to make this comment and any others in the framework of the public consultation as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question? There is a couple of written questions. I don't know if anyone wants to raise it. There is one from Cheng Wensheng indicating, is the generic regulation mainly valid for pharmaceutical products? And I think that the answer is that the regulation of generics applies to all types of products, but it's primarily applied to pharmaceutical products. But I'll appreciate if those who wrote the questions are brave enough to put the hand up, and then we can try to answer those. Thank you very much. Okay, if this is not the case, then we are going to move on into what it is, the last presentation of the day. The presentation is going to be given by our colleague Jana Shalansky, which is Head of Veterinary Strategic Support here at the agency also. Jana holds a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration and Psychology. Jana joined the agency in 2003, and since 2016, she holds the Program Manager position for the Veterinary Change Program. And in 2021, she was appointed at interim head of the newly created Veterinary Strategic Support Office, providing strategic advice to all levels of the division's management. So, Jana, you have the pleasure to have the last presentation. I'm sure that there will be plenty of comments also in your presentation, so please go for it.
Thank you very much, Jody. Let's move straight in. We're going to talk about the actions, and this was a specific request also from our colleagues at several fora, I think, that we have a clear overview of what does an MAH actually have to do until the 28th of January and also beyond. So I'm going to try and summarize that here, and we're going to start easy and slow with our strong suggestion that you stay up to date with all developments by subscribing to our newsletter. We are publishing it at the moment every 2 months. The latest one is essentially just coming out as we speak. And there will be another one in January. And then next year, we are going to reconsider possibly stretching them out a little bit. But we want to keep it alive for a while to give you ongoing information about how things are going, not just with the IT systems, but also on other topics as needed. And of course, the call here to until the 28th of January to attend the training sessions and webinars that we are organizing specifically to prepare you for the activities and the systems. Next slide, please. Then we're going into something that hopefully by now you have all heard somehow, somewhere, whether it's in the newsletter or in any of the other stakeholder fora. Anywhere, we've been talking about it for about a year now, but we do feel the need to stress this again because this is an important aspect that you have to prepare for. So you might have to implement a VICH standard to DEG standard, so data elements guideline converter in pharmacovigilance for EVVET. If you would not be able to receive the VICH standard messages in your pharmacovigilance database on the 28th of January 22. So to be absolutely clear about this, you've got 3 options that are A, B, and C below. Option one is you are implementing the VICH standard by 28th of January. We've published lots of guidance about it already. We've had webinars. So perhaps you managed to do that by the 28th of January. In that case, there's no further action required apart from doing that. The second option is you could deploy a VICH to DEG converter. So if you continue to send the old standard, the DEG standard messages to the system, you can do that for at least 6 months. And then we are going to look at, how many we're still receiving and whether it's time to stop that. But you will be able to still send them. But the problem is that the messages you get out of EVVET will be in the format that they came into the database. And for example, all the submissions that are manually entered in EVWeb are in the VICH standard. So if you want to get the cases out of the system and into your database, you need a converter from the new standard back to the old standard, essentially. The third option is if neither of those 2 things, because both of them obviously require some IT development, if neither is possible, what you can do is you use EVWeb to submit your cases, do it manually, and the EVVET data warehouse to perform your pharmacovigilance obligations until you are ready either with a converter or by implementing the VICH standard in your own database. Then there's a little addition to case B. So if you go for that you continue submitting the old standard messages for a while and you deploy a converter to, read them in your database, the VICH messages, then still you need to adjust your DEG standard messages in terms of the 3 points listed below. So to make the old standard, to be able to convert the messages from the old standard into VICH format, those 3 things have to be given. So the species that you mentioned has to be listed in the VICH species list, the breed has to be listed in the VICH breeds list, and the AAR ID has to be compliant with the VICH format. So even if you deploy that converter, you still have to adjust your DEG message a little bit. So I hope that part is clear and that you can decide for yourself based on this which of the 3 A, B, or C options you go for, and you can work with that from the 28th of January onwards. Next slide, please. So in January, in general, we would suggest that, or there are certain things that are going to happen. So for the UPD, for example, your super user has to register. And once they are approved, the other users have to register for UPD roles as well, which will then be approved by the super user. Some of you may know how this works already from EVVet. And registration guidance will be provided shortly, and we will circulate it via the normal channels that we usually use. And of course, it will be published on our website as well, on the corporate website. Then for EVVet, this is just a warning. You don't have to do anything now, but at some point in January, we will request that EVVet super users and users reset their passwords. That is a requirement that came out of the upgrade. It will be necessary to do that before we go live. But you don't have to go into the EMA account management right now to do that. We will notify the super users when to do this, and we would ask the super users to pass that information to all the users registered for their organization, so all the users they are administrating as well. Then another point we would ask you to have a look at is that the marketing authorization holders themselves check their organization and locations data in OMS and submit change requests if necessary. So you have a look at OMS. Also on the OMS page in the document section, you have the information, should you not know it yet, how to register, how to submit change requests, and so on. It looks like it's a lot of documentation, but actually it's pretty straightforward. So at some point in your own time, we would suggest that you check that data and submit a change request if you need. Next slide, please. So then we've already basically moved past the 28th of January 22. So for EVVet, as a big global topic for the AAR submission and signal management, we have these messages for you. I reiterate again, you need a VICH to DEG converter if you have not upgraded to the VICH standard in your own local database. We would suggest that you check EVWeb regularly to obtain any new cases submitted. Here's basically a little bit of explanation about how it will work, because we've also heard the concerns about products not being available in the UPD, perhaps. You know, there may indeed be a few products that might not be available yet in the UPD. So we wanted to give you let's say a workaround or how we can resolve that here. So of course, in EVWeb and in EVVet in general, you will only be able to see the full cases, including the narrative. So that's what I mean by full case, that it also includes the narrative for the products that are in the UPD and where the recoding of the report has actually been completed. And we have to say that could take about 2 to 3 months after the product has been entered in the UPD. So for products, for example, that are being entered right now in the UPD, it might be faster than that, and they may be available already in February. But if we receive a large number of products only on the 27th of January in the worst case scenario, then obviously the work to recode will pile up and it will take a little bit longer to do that. So the full case, including narrative, only for products that are in the UPD and where the recoding has been completed. For the other reports that are in EVWeb, you would have level 1 access according to the access policy, right? And that is the product as reported. So you can do a search for that. And you would see the cases, but without the case narrative. But at least you would be able to see the cases. So for signal detection and management, in the end, the same constraints apply. So what we suggest is also that you stay in touch with the NCAs and EMA on the progress. So on the one hand, stay in touch with the NCAs in case the products aren't in the UPD yet. And if you have priority activities going on, for example, that you want to do, you can contact an NCA and discuss with them whether they would be able to prioritize the entry of that product into the UPD. And you can equally stay in touch with us that in the recoding process that we're doing, where we're doing the manual recoding, that if there's a product that is of higher importance for you to analyze in EVVET, then you can also contact the EMA to ask whether in the recoding those reports or those products could be prioritized if they're already in the UPD. Next slide, please. Okay. And so next I want to talk a little bit about the UPD data quality and availability reporting, so availability status of the packages in the member states. So first, in terms of data quality, you've probably seen it in the Commission implementing regulation 2021-16, that there is a responsibility for the marketing authorization holders to actually check that their product data is correct and to notify any data quality issues to the responsible NCA. So we suggest that, again, after the 28th of January 22, you do that in your own time and notify indeed any data quality issues that you identify to the responsible NCA, and then you can discuss with them the resolution of those. In case of, I say here usually NCA, of course, in case of centrally authorized products, that's the EMA. The ones we would ask you to not quite try to resolve yet is, on the one hand, the QPPV name and location. So in some cases, in the submission from the NCAs, that may contain placeholder data that it says for the QPPV name not known, and for the location it just assigned the MAH location instead of, maybe in some cases it's not the same one, but instead of the location of the QPPV. So this is a workaround for NCAs who felt they did not have that information available to them, so they may have done that. So if your product contains this placeholder data for QPPV, then there's a few options on how that could be resolved. So one option is that in any case, I think you should contact them and check how they want to do it. So it could be done via variation not requiring assessment. That you basically just submit that via the variation not requiring assessment functionality, and then the NCA accepts it, and then it's in the UPD. Or the other alternative, and I want to mention it here, is that some NCAs might also wish to just collect the information and enter the product data manually for the QPPV for each product. But that is for the NCA to decide how they want to do it. If it's the choice of going with a variation not requiring assessment, we would strongly suggest that you wait until May or June next year, because the initial release of the VNRA functionality will still require such updates to data in the UPD to be done manually by the NCA or the responsible CA. After the VNRA is accepted. So you can imagine if all the QPPV names and locations for all the products are being updated at the same time in February. And the NCAs not only have to click accept on each of those, but they also have to manually update each product with the information. That's quite a lot of administrative burden for the NCAs, and also there's a potential for human error. I think we can assume that. After May, June, the next, so let's say within 3 months or so, the next iteration of VNRI functionality will go live and will actually automate those field updates for certain fields already. So in that case, after then, if you could wait, when the NCA clicks accept, the data will be updated automatically based on what you've submitted in the UPD. So this is a huge reduction of burden if the route of VNRI is chosen in this case. For PSMF-related information, I'm going to come back with more detail actually on slide 11, but here also just to note already in terms of data quality issues, which, they are obviously not there, that information isn't there. And in some cases, there's placeholder information there. To correct that, again, I will come back on slide 11, but little preview is we would ask you to wait with that as well. So coming to the availability status of packages in the member states, so we would say you should consider updating the information on the availability status as soon as possible after the 28th of January 22. That doesn't mean you have to do it immediately. There is no real deadline attached to this. But if we consider that this is in fact important information for veterinary healthcare professionals and the general public, and that information will be shown on the public portal, it's ultimately in your own interest to update it as soon as you can. But just to reiterate, there's no real deadline attached to this. Next slide, please. Then we're coming to EUDR GMDP, which is the manufacturing and importation authorizations, wholesale distribution authorizations, and all the things related to that. So also certificates. We are, in case you haven't heard that, no, I think Ivo mentioned it this morning. So for that, we are integrating EUDR GMDP with OMS as well. So that's the Organization Master Services. And the way we are doing that at the moment is our own data stewards are currently exporting and cleansing the organization data from EUDR GMDP into OMS. So in fact, there is no action for you now. It's definitely only after the 28th of January 22. But we would say, again, after that date, check the organization and locations data for all EU and non-EU manufacturers and OMS that are associated with you, and agree with them who in the future, or if necessary right now, submits change requests once they become necessary. So anybody can make those changes. So you can make OMS submit change requests for OMS for your manufacturers, or they can do it themselves to the OMS team and the database itself. It makes no difference who does it. So it makes sense to already establish or think about how you want to do that in the future. Because if you do request any new certificates, for example, when at the time when you requested, the information in OMS should be correct. So hopefully you can start thinking about that as well. But like I said, there's no action at the moment. We are exporting and cleansing, so there is no use in submitting change requests right now to OMS. But do have a look after the 28th of January 22 and submit change requests if necessary then. And I've already mentioned that the information is required for any new document requests and applications related to manufacturing wholesale distribution. Okay, next slide. Then let's have a quick chat about the UPD volume of sales. So we suggest that you familiarize yourself with the volume of sales submission and choose your approach, or start thinking about your approach. So do you want to do a monthly submission, quarterly, or annual, essentially? The data that you have to submit has to be in monthly increments anyway, so it is 1 line per month in any case. The legal requirement, again, is, just to clarify that, is to submit the data from the 28th of January 22 to the 31st of December 22 at some point in 23. We would also ask you to consider already, because it's never too early, right, whether you want to include the full January data for 22 voluntarily. That might be easier for you. Just to clarify here, the legal requirement is that the data has to start on the 28th of January 22. So in that monthly increment for January, you would essentially have 4 days, or you could submit the full month voluntarily if you want to. Then the completed submission of 22 data, so the data for the full year, would have to be complete sometime in Q1 23. The dates have not been clarified yet, so we are not entirely sure yet whether that should be within 60 days or less or more than that. But what we have, I think, settled already is that we would expect the submission to be on a calendar year basis, with the caveat for 22 that I mentioned in the previous point. And no matter whether you then in the end choose to do it monthly, quarterly, or annually, by that time, after sometime in Q1 23 that we said, we would expect that to be completed. So that you either send the last month increment or the last quarterly increment or the whole year data then. Okay, so that was on the volume of sales. And I think, so we had already published a chapter 7 there in the UPD implementation guide on our website. We were aware and we appreciate that it was not very user-friendly, but we wanted to get the information out to you as soon as possible so you can start to prepare if you want to. I can tell you that, let's say within the next week and a half, we will for sure publish a new version of that chapter 7, which is has more explanatory narrative as well. So that will hopefully be a little more user-friendly than it was before about how to submit this data. So watch out for that as well. Next slide, please. Third country product name. So here we have some good news. You don't need to worry about that for now. So at this point in time, you don't need to provide any information for the UPD because the version that is going live on the 28th of January will not allow for this functionality yet. So what we will do then with the third country product names, because they are really needed for pharmacovigilance, for EVVET, we will actually record them as misspellings of the relevant EU products in EVVET, and that is done essentially manually in the backend of the system. We will do that as needed, so they will come across those in the recoding exercise, and EMA may contact you if we require clarification on specific cases. So watch out for that. But for the time being, you do not need to submit this. This will come at some point later, hopefully next year, I suppose, but it's subject to prioritization still. So for third country product names, no action for the time being. Next slide, please. Then in terms of initial applications, so we're coming into more general topics, right, that are not really date related. So for initial applications and variations requiring assessment in general, those validated before the 28th of January will be completed under the old legislative framework. For applications that are planned after, for validation after the 28th of January, the following points, the high level, we would like you to watch out for. So one, there will be new electronic application forms. So probably you should plan some additional time in preparing the submissions. Also in case updates to RMS or OMS are required, and you have to exact those change requests before actually completing the application form. So yeah, I think good planning would be useful there. Of course, familiarize yourself with the new framework and the guidance provided on the EMA website. And also for those new applications that are validated after the 28th of January, please use version 9 of the QID template for your product information. Next slide, please. Then the variations not requiring assessment. Maybe there's some overlap to what Catherine has already clarified there. So outstanding type 1A variations can be submitted within 12 months. So that's changes that have been implemented before the 28th of January. The VNRA functionality, just to repeat it again, it will be gradually improved in 22. So we would suggest that you consider the timing of changes that need to be submitted within 30 days. So so as to maybe, make it easy on everybody. So wherever you can maybe take that into account, that it's not perfect yet, but hopefully will be so soon. And then if you have to submit a VNRA, and I think this is a question that has also come up several times, if you have to submit a VNRA and the product is not in the UPD yet, so for example, if you have to submit a VNRA in February, we would suggest that you contact, again, the responsible NCA as early as possible to find an agreement how to proceed. So if you, let's say, if you implement the change, if you could on the same day or the day after actually contact the NCA should the product not be in the UPD to find out, could they prioritize entering that product in the UPD? Because if they do, let's say within a day or two, technically you could have the product there and then you can submit your VNRA. Or if the NCA then says they really cannot enter the product, you could agree with them how to proceed, like what to do regarding that change if it's not possible to enter the product and submit the VNRA within the next 30 days. So here the message is VNRA for a product that is not in the UPD yet, please do contact the responsible NCA as early as possible. Next slide, please. Then there has been a question a few times as well in relation to the confidentiality of the data for the submission of VNRAs against a product approved under MRP DCP SRP and owned by different MAHs in different member states. Unfortunately, at the moment, in the UPD, there's no specific access for variations only, for example, or anything like that. So what we would require, and I think that's something you should think about already now, even if it's only relevant in February, you need one representative, one person, one individual who can submit the variation on behalf of all involved MAHs. So how you want to solve that ultimately is up to you. So you can either identify a lead MAH and give one person in that organization, every other MAH gives that person access on behalf of their organization. Or you could consider using a third person that has nothing to do with the companies to do that. But the message from CMDV has been that they do not want to accept like several individual submissions for one MRP DCP product. So that means it has to be one submission, which means that one person has to have access for each MAH within that group. Okay, next slide, please. So here we go, how to move from DDPS to PSMF, right? And we thought it is worthy a whole slide because there's several aspects here. So message one is on the 28th of January. Of course, I think you are all aware of this. You must have a PSMF for all authorized VMPs in existence. So you have to have the PSMF for new and existing products from the 28th of January onwards. It has to be there. In terms of the PSMF reference and location, which is meant to be included in the UPD, again, you could do that in a similar way as I've explained it for the QPPV information. You can do it via VNRA. Or you can do it, as I said before, if the NCA prefers, by providing the information to the NCA and they put it in. If it is a VNRA, as before, we would strongly suggest you postpone that change or the communication of that change to May, June, just like previously explained in slide 4. In terms of adding the PSMF summary into the dossier, there was a clarification previously provided by DG Sante on this to the industry associations, if I remember correctly, where they said there is in fact no obligation to include the PSMF summary in the dossier for existing and legacy products. So for everything that was authorized before, there is no legal obligation to include it in the dossier, and thus also no deadline for this, right? We have also not identified any additional requirements from the implementing regulation 1281, which is the one on pharmacovigilance. So it doesn't say there either that you A, have to do it, or B, when you have to do it. So our suggestion is that if you, so the situation is, of course, you have your PSMF in place on the 28th of January, right? If you do an update to that, we would suggest that you then handle it and include it in the dossier via VNRA at that point. So there's, again, no deadline to do it, just like that. But if you have an update, that would be the point where it goes in. And I think in other terms, we see how it goes with that and move on. So next slide, please. Then we receive questions on the submission of new substances. So this is when they are still confidential, essentially. So just to clarify one thing, veterinary medicinal products will be available in the UPD only after authorization. So at submission or any other point of the assessment, you will not be able to see the products in the UPD. Then at the time of initial application, if the substance is not yet in SMS and you need it for the application form, for example, what you can do is you fill the substance registration form out, and there is a value you can set as restricted. So if you set it as restricted, then it won't be disclosed, essentially. So hopefully that addresses that concern. Next slide. And I think this is my final slide. This has nothing really to do with the VMP rec, but we felt it was a good point to actually inform you about this as well. I think a communication went out yesterday or the day before on the Irish language derogation. So you may have heard about it. So in terms of commission decisions for centrally authorized products for MAHs established in Ireland, essentially, we will engage with those MAHs to ask them, will they require the commission decisions in Irish, or do they want to request a language waiver? And again, to request a waiver, then the way forward would be that they should submit to the EMA a language waiver request, which also requests to use English as the authentic language. Such a language waiver would be valid for 3 years and automatically renewed for 3 additional years afterwards. You can submit that, if you already want to be proactive, to the email address shown on screen by the 31st of January 2022, unless the opinion is scheduled for December 2021 for your product, in which case we would request that you submit this no later than the adoption of the opinion at Cbnp. The guidance and the waiver is, well, it says published here. Obviously, you can't click it on your screen, but we will publish the presentations shortly after this info day. So in the version that we publish, you should be able to click there and actually open the link. And I think, yeah, that's it from my side. So I'll stop here. Thank you, Jordi.
And thank you very much, Jana. I think you precluded also quite a few of the questions, including the one on the Irish language, which we had this morning. So there are quite a few questions on the chat. Colleagues also have been answering some of those questions, and thank you to them. So thank you to Irene and also Christina and Michael also, I think, have been answering some of the questions, but we have now a few minutes. In fact, we have half an hour in theory until the end of the meeting. So please put your hand up if you would like to have a question or if you want some clarification on questions that have been made before, have been already answered, but you have a follow-up question, or you want to share this answer with all the other attendees. There is a question already, so Eric, I think it is.
Yes, thank you. And thank you very much for your explanations, Jana, on the translations or the documents that need to be presented in the Irish language. Can you confirm that this only concerns companies that are established in Ireland, and that for other countries we would not have any other obligations, for instance, to perform translations of the product information?
Yeah, we're a bit cautious here because I think we don't have the colleague from regulatory that will be able to answer 100% yes, but the impression here is that yes, that it's only for the companies that are established in Ireland. That's our
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions that you might have? I mean, it's 2 months before the implementation of the legislation. I think that I'm looking at Ivo. I think that this is the last opportunity to have questions made in such an open environment as now.
This is absolutely the last opportunity, because we'll close shop after this.
Okay, didn't realize we were closing shop until January 2028, but we have a couple of hands up. So Camille, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for this clear presentation. However, I had a question regarding the use of the new QRD template, because Jana, you mentioned that for any application planned after January 28th, we needed to use the new QRD template. So I was wondering if this was the case for all variation concerning product information, because as you know, in theory, MHs have a few years to implement the new QRD template. So in case we need to submit a variation regarding product information before this, will this mean that we have to do all the translations also with the new QRD templates that will be requested during the variation?
I don't know if my colleague Emily Drury wants to answer the question. Otherwise, we'll have to answer it in writing.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, Geordie, I can take the question. And just to say that this answer is primarily valid for centrally authorized products. So the approach that, and I think as Jana said in her presentation, that for new marketing authorization applications that are validated on or after the 28th of January next year, then indeed version 9 of the QRD template should be used. For existing products, there is indeed a period of time foreseen to make the transfer to version 9, and that should be done through a dedicated variation requiring assessment, which is in the EMA CMDV classification guidance. So you can find the details in there. So once that variation has been done and the product information has been transferred to version 9, then obviously all variations for the product subsequent to that would be in version 9. But it's not a request to do this at the first variation. So I hope that answers the question. But and also just to say that for nationally authorized products, the approach should be confirmed with the reference member state or competent authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Emily for answering on the spot. So we have also a question from Barbara Settembrini. So please go ahead.
I'm working in API manufacturing industries, and I was asking if you can spend some words to clarify the ASMF work sharing procedure according to this new variation regulation and so on. Will the new system allow us as an API manufacturer to link or submit variations in connection to our customers' user, and how any guidelines will be issued or indication about it?
We're trying to see if someone around the table can answer this question. I think that we all look not ready to answer this question now. So maybe if you want to post the question into the chat, we could try to answer this one in writing.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I can see no hands up any longer. So just to be clear, the only question we are going to be answering in writing is the last question we receive, because we think that all the other questions you have had a good chance to ask it again, or colleagues have been answering. So I think that to facilitate everyone's workload, we are only going to be answering this last question. So unless you have any other question, it's nearly 10 minutes past 6. That will mean that we are 20 minutes earlier. Sorry, past 4, obviously. We are 20 minutes earlier than the intended time of closing the meeting. So I'll pass the micro to the head of division, Ivo Klassen, who I think doesn't need presentation. So Ivo, all yours.
Thank you very much, Jordi. And thank you very much, all of you. I have the honor of closing this meeting now. Since you don't have any questions and answers, I'm going to spend at least 3/4 of an hour on this, because that's the time we had scheduled for this meeting. I think today's Info Day, let's declare it a success. We had between 750 participants. There was good discussions, good questions. Unfortunately, also a number of questions that we were unable to answer, but I think that comes with the game. This morning started with the update from the Commission, informing us about some delays that they have, particularly in relation to the implementing acts on the antimicrobials, the list of antimicrobials, and subsequently also on the development of delegated acts related, for example, to Article 118. However, overall, I think it shows that a lot of work has been done and that we are on time in delivering on most of what the new regulation would require us to do. David Murphy gave an excellent overview of Cbnp activities and related to the implementation of the new regulation and more, I would say. I gave the update on where we are from the side of the agency, and then obviously the industry also was expressing their high-level concerns, but also showing appreciation for the progress that we've been making over the past years, and appreciation for the working together with the regulatory network. What I took from those high-level concerns is the concerns about the transition phase. So where we did agree that post-go live, we would continue to support the industry and other stakeholders. We would show flexibility and try to find workarounds. But we all recognize that this is a real challenge. Also, there was concern about how will the future development be shaped, and how can we guarantee that we will continue to strive for continuous process improvement that will lead to a reduction of administrative and regulatory burden. And I hope that we've been able to shed some light on that, but let me give you the assurance that this certainly is going to happen. More on that in tomorrow's stakeholder meeting, to which unfortunately we cannot invite you all, but where we will give some more details on the future governance of the IT systems. There was a clear request from marketing authorization holders to maintain the open communication also after January on a number of issues and on regulatory topics that would need to be developed. Field trials were mentioned. And I do fully support that open communication should continue between marketing authorization holders and the regulatory network. This afternoon sessions have focused more on areas where things will really change significantly and where we now have more clarity and those topics like variations, pharmacovigilance, environmental risk assessment for generics. I think we've covered all these topics in the presentations, generated a lot of questions and still a lot of questions that we are not able to answer fully at this moment. However, I think that the presentations this afternoon showed that we have extremely progressed from the first info day in March earlier this year. And in that sense, and that was the whole reason why we were organizing this exceptional info day as a second info day this year, short to the actual implementation date of 28th of January 2022, because we did feel that it was important to give as much information and share it with as many participants as possible that we could do so short to the implementation date. And in that sense, the last presentation of today, which was an overview of actions for industry, my understanding is that it was totally clear, given also the very limited number of questions after that. We only had a very limited question and answer session after that, so I would like to end this with some concluding remarks. I fully recognize the concerns and the challenges that we still have ahead of us. There are many concerns by the industry and shared concerns by industry and regulatory authority. I think the short time that we have had for the actual implementation have been one of the main causes here, and the great stress and duress that we've been working under to develop and prepare for the implementation, both with the technical systems, the IT systems that we had to develop and that have to be in place, that need to be in place in order to ensure a smooth transition in the workings of the new regulation. Other challenges that were identified were harmonization of regulatory business processes throughout the Union that may impact, if that harmonization doesn't take place, may impact indeed on delivering on the objectives of the regulation, which are the reduction of that regulatory burden. So even if the technical systems, the technical environment will in principle support all that, it's still, there's a lot that needs to be done to ensure that the subsequent business processes also support that reduction of regulatory burden. Another thing that I would like to mention here is that development of some of these IT systems is still ongoing shortly before the go-live date. So we've heard the concern that user acceptance testing was not fully rolled out for all of the systems, and that we are late in involving the industry or allowing the industry to really test their systems, and we do recognize that. However, I do feel that we are in control, and I would like to apologize for any inconvenience that this may cause on the industry, but it's the reality of the situation that we are in. We haven't blamed COVID for it, but I'm pretty sure that if you look back at the situation that we had to deliver all this under over the past 2 years, that the ongoing pandemic hasn't made life easier. Looking at these type of meetings where we do attract a lot of participants, we really didn't have any face-to-face interaction between the regulatory network and the industry for over 2 years now. And I think that informal contact during the meetings, during breakout sessions or coffee meetings, I think is really, really important. Not necessarily the meeting itself. We had some very good TOPRA meetings and other meetings, but it's really seeing people and being able to discuss those things. Looking at all these challenges that we have, I still remain optimistic, and that's not to be confused with being naive about the actual go live date of the 28th of January 2022. I strongly believe that we will have most of the legacy data in the system, that we will have already progressed quite a bit with the recoding to allow also the pharmacovigilance systems to go live. We're setting up the work sharing in the signal management expert group with the member states. We're looking at how can we develop efficient ways of doing signal management. We've developed most of the systems to be in place for the variations, both not requiring assessment and requiring assessment. So I think when we go live, we will have to start working with those new systems, and problems will arise, but I'm sure that jointly we will be able to overcome those problems. And also supported fully with the support that can be provided by the agency and by the member states alike. So I am looking forward to celebrating at some point in the near future the more or less successful implementation of the veterinary regulation. I think hopefully we can look back somewhere Q2 2022 and say we've pulled it off, we've made it happen, and now we can start in further optimizing of the system. We have already penciled in the next info day in our calendars, but I would really like to see a face-to-face meeting. But I do realize that there's also pending new COVID variants that may emerge. One of the reasons why I was late this morning was a discussion on Omicron, the new variant, and the impact that that will have on work that needs to be done by ECDC, the newly established HERA, the agency, and how we can tackle that particular crisis. And currently that is being seen as a bigger crisis than the implementation of the veterinary regulation. The next info day is now scheduled for the 17th and 18th of March 2022. Very unlikely that we will have a face-to-face meeting then, but I'm happy to postpone it to facilitate a face-to-face meeting. What remains is I would like to thank all the speakers of today for their excellent presentations and for assisting the agency in answering all the questions. All participants for asking those good questions and for the discussions that emerged from it. And above all, the support team here at the agency. It's always a challenge to run a meeting like this. It's always extremely challenging to get everyone connected, to make sure that we can all participate, everyone can hear us, there's no distractions on the way. So to that, a virtual applause for the support team, Sylvia and Katarina, I think is in place, and here in the room I would like to do the official applause. And of course my own support team that is continuously behind the scenes working on preparing all the answers to the questions. I think today's meeting again has shown a huge interest in our work, our preparations for the veterinary regulation. We also see that in the webinars and the trainings we provide for the different stakeholder groups. And I can only invite you all to keep on attending these webinars until the go live date in January. And with that, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to close today's meeting and wish you all a good afternoon. And if I don't see you anymore, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, because 2022 will be the challenge for all of us.